Kia ora, we're going to start the meeting, please. Kia ora, good morning. Welcome to the City Delivery Committee meeting of the 5th of August 2026. In the event of an emergency, our staff will guide you to the stairwells located at the centre of the building behind this room. Please follow the illuminated exit signage to the assembly point on Devonport Road. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. I'm asking all members to speak clearly into the microphone and please turn your phones on silent. Could I ask Councillor Rolleston to do an opening karakia, please?
Morena tātou. Nā mihi hoki ki a koutou, nā me mō te hāpori ko tai mai nei, tēnā koutou, nau mai, haere mai. Kia noi tātou. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui o waho, tui te hira tangata, karongo te a karongo te pō, nau mai te ihi, te wehi, te mana, te tapu, paupau ki roto ki a mātou mō tēnei wā. Ko ia rā e rongo whakiriraki ki runga, turu turu whakamaua ki a tīna. Haumi e hui e taiki.
Thank you, Councillor Rolleston. We've got an apology for lateness from Mayor Drysdale, otherwise we are all here. So I'm not going to need a mover and a seconder for a lateness.
We'll let him off.
Yes. So we're now moving into public forum and Keith Frentz is here to talk about the access to Fraser Street from 14th and 16th Avenue in Tauranga. Welcome to join us at the table. And you have 5 minutes and that will be timed on the screen. You'll be able to see it up here. We are press red for go in this chambers. Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Schooler, and good morning to all the other councillors around the committee meeting. My name is Keith Frentz. I am a resident of Grace Road. I'm retired. I retired as a technical director in planning at Becker. That's why I've been given the task to speak today. With me is Faye Warnock. She is principal of St Mary's School. You have a handout in front of you, I guess, that shows what the enabling works for 15th Avenue were proposing in terms of left in, left out at 14th and 16th Avenues. And our concern is that this constrains the number of right turn movements and straight ahead movements from 14th Avenue to one outlet onto Fraser Street from that block that is north of 15th and east of Fraser, which is where I live and where many others live. It also constrains the movements from the other block south of 15th and also the other side of Fraser Street between 16th and 18th and 15th and 11th. Just focusing on my block, if you like, there are about 1,200 people living in that area, and this is the only way out, or after you've put in those restrictions, this is the only way out for those people onto Fraser Street. Right ahead to right turns from that area are restricted to the 13th and Fraser Street intersection, as are straight ahead across. There's St Mary's School, which Faye will talk about in a minute, in our block. That's 450 students. On the other side of the road, there's Tauranga Boys College, that's 2,200 students. And to the south is Tauranga Intermediate, and that's 1,400 students. There's a huge amount of movement across Fraser and right turn into Fraser. So what we are concerned about is that those left intersection movements at 14th and 16th mean that there is no option for us except to go to 13th. And that will take all those incidents and accidents at 14th that are occurring now, and they'll just relocate them to 13th. And on the other side, from 16th, they'll just be relocated to 17th. So it's not a safety program that is being implemented. It is a safety relocation program. And it's just going to be more dangerous at 13th and 17th than if you just had them two separate intersections. I guess the only answer that we can see is that there should be lights at 13th and Fraser, probably lights at 17th and Fraser as well, and which would give the people in the block that I live on anyway a guaranteed right of movement out of their residential area. That's the problem, that's the solution, and I'd just ask councillors to make sure that the funding is available for that solution in conjunction when they do those changes at 14th. Now, Faye, would you like to add your bit?
Absolutely. I mean, I suppose my priority is the safety of our school community, and I do not want it to be more unsafe for families trying to turn right up to 13th, and obviously having more traffic probably from other areas within that, the suburb of turning right. We know it's really hazardous as it is, and we know there's implications with school pickups and everything like that. So it does get extremely busy. So obviously my priority is always the safety of the movement of our children with their families and on buses. We've got, 7 buses that come in, and obviously with Boys College and everything as well, there's a huge amount of traffic there first thing in the morning and afterwards, but we don't want any of our safety of our children to be implicated there. So that's my priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith and Faye. Sorry, I didn't have your name earlier. Any questions for our public forum? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much for your input, and I think some of these concerns were brought up when we had the consult last year, so I'm pretty familiar with the discussion. If we take your suggestion and put traffic lights at 13th and 17th, the 14th and 16th left in, left out proposal, that would still be okay?
That left in, left out movement is probably the safest you can make. So long as there's a guaranteed movement of residents right turning and straight across, and lights give that, then yeah, they're fine.
Sorry, so just being clear, so 14th Avenue, as per what you've drawn on here, would be okay if the lights are at 13th?
Yes.
No, cool, thank you.
Councillor Carratha.
Yeah, Keith, thanks for coming in, both of you. I think the public's probably, the wider public's concern would just be we're spending 150 million on 15th Turret to hopefully speed up the congestion and get it to wherever it's going, which in a lot of cases will be along Fraser Street. So do you, as someone with all your experience, think we will have congestion caused by the lights at 13th that causes tailbacks and, creates another problem? Or do you think there's a way to phase the lights and to, have a solution there?
I think, just judging on past experience, I suppose, having connected lights, SCAT or something that brings those lights together, will allow an algorithm that provides for the reasonable flow of traffic down Fraser Street. I mean, Fraser Street is a 2-lane road, 1 lane each way. It's going to be congested. I understand there's something like 25,000 vehicles a day down there now, and I'm constantly amazed it's not more congested. But between 3 and 6, I think, is the afternoon peak. It is pretty horrible now. But having joined up lights, the algorithm that says, you move here and you move there at the same time, I don't think that there would be any greater congestion than you would expect with a growing city.
There being no further questions, thank you very much for taking the time to come in and talk about issues that are really important to you. So Keith and Faye, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So moving on to item 4, acceptance of late items. I have none that I have been notified of. Anyone is bringing anything? No. At this stage, no confidential business to be transferred from public excluded to open. Councillor Kurak.
Sorry, I'm just finding the one. Oh, the 11.2, emergency management in bay venues. Just a rationale for that. I looked at the report and see little reason for it to be confidential.
I'd probably ask the same question. Does anyone want to cover that one? Looks like Sarah, you're accepting the mantle.
I can attempt to answer that for Craig. Those activity reports, the deep dives that you request every meeting are just in confidential. It just talks about staff, FTE and functions, and it's an opportunity to ask lots of questions. We can transfer information into public afterwards.
Certainly something that let's have the discussion today and have a question. Can we just record that we'll have a question at the end of whether these would have needed to be in public excluded? Is that all right with you, Councillor Kurak? And perhaps the presentation can go into public if we'll have that conversation. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kurak. So let's move on to 7.1. I actually might just record an apology from our Mayor Drysdale because we thought it was lateness, but I might just, if we don't mind, I'm going to move that we received an apology from Mayor Drysdale. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Kurak, Councillor Crowell that was. All those in favour? That is carried, thank you. So let's go to the minutes of our meeting. Oh, the change of order of business. The draft annual report, we are having New Zealand Audit New Zealand. Which one is it? Audit New Zealand. At 1 o'clock. So we will force the agenda around that if we need to. It may end up being there anyway, but that's one we will do. So let's go to the minutes. So this was the minutes of the City Delivery Committee on the 16th of June, chaired by Councillor Schuler. Do I have any changes to the minutes? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes, please? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Schuler, all those in favour? That is carried, thank you. Now we're looking at the status updates on actions from prior City Delivery Committee meetings, paper 9.1. We don't have to say there.
Thank you. Good morning.
Welcome, Craig.
Thank you. The team has been busy. We have, prior to this meeting, we had 31 actions to address. 20 have been completed and closed. 7 are pending, where there's some action or event that we're waiting on. We have 3 in progress and 1 to be actioned. So in percentage terms, that's I think a worthy reduction of actions because they were getting to a point where we thought there were too many. So I'm very pleased with the team's effort in reducing the actions.
Thank you very much. So our normal procedure is that we go through the closed items and make sure we're all comfortable they're closed. Any comments or questions on that? Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Roliston-Steed.
Morena. I'm just looking at that item 9.2 with regard to the Tauranga Māori Business Association, mindful that I think they presented to us towards the close of last year, and there was an action around there around a discussion with elected members to improve their engagement with Tangata Whenua and with the Business Association, which was great outcome, great presentation as well. And then subsequently there were a number of deferrals since then. I think my general concern really is that it has been deferred to P1 to essentially corral all of the EDAs and elected members to have a discussion in November. So that's basically a year post that conversation with Timber. And I'm just not 100% sure whether or not that leans into that authentic engagement with Timber, if in fact it's actually P1 that's bringing the EDAs and the elected members together. And I wonder whether or not, yes, it's noted as a closed item, but whether or not there's an opportunity for Timber to, as originally proposed, to have that conversation with elected members.
Any other comments on that? So what would you like as a solution on that one?
Well, I guess two parts to the question is I'm not sure why it was that engagement was then deferred to P1 to undertake that engagement process, which would basically be all EDAs and Sunda, as well as other community representatives, as opposed to maybe that could have been something that even the Tauranga Māori Business Association could have undertaken. They could have actually picked that action up.
Those activities predate me, so I'm sorry, I'm not privy to the history of that.
Just due to the postponement of those original efforts, it was incorporated into the P1 process with all economic development partners. But if elected members would like to, we will absolutely facilitate that process.
Councillor Roliston, then Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got to agree with Jackie's comments. I think they are separate. They are related. Tauranga Māori Business Association should be still part of the workshop, but I think there's also some need to continue with the standalone where the engagement with them needs to continue. I do make a comment from some other previous discussions around procurement and a target this organisation has around Māori procurement. And I think those conversations can be separate again, but related. So I think it's imperative that those are separated and there's an opportunity to have that. I do, and I'm happy to go on record, that priority one is still finding their space. They've been through different iterations with Māori engagement. And when they have presented here, I have asked them a number of questions. So yes to being part of P1 and their workshop or their forum, but I would be advocating strongly that this action itself be separated and a specific action come from that.
Mine's not a question. It's probably just more a suggestion that we look at maybe some alignment with the Main Street organisations. We have some regular meetings with them, and I think we've made a big effort to get closer to them. Potentially, we could maybe add Māori business to the mix there. Not saying it's the ideal solution, but maybe a combination could be a workable way forward.
And it's something I'd certainly get an invite to their AGM, and I did try to make it this year, and we had a conflict on something we did in-house, but I think. So would we around the table be comfortable that we invite them? Would that be is that what you're suggesting, Councillor Taylor? Or that a number of us have a meeting with them within the next 3 months?
I'm probably not looking for a decision today. I think maybe people need to think about it, and maybe staff come back with a recommendation. But I think, it may kill two birds with one stone. We it's business related. There will be some cross-pollination probably between Main Streets and the Maori Business Association.
So we're comfortable that we add that to the action? Where does that sit? Who's? Sarah, great, okay. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. One just on the depreciation. We've closed it, but the workshop hasn't happened yet. Can we just leave it pending until it's happened, please?
Yeah, we interpreted the pending, I think it's September workshop, as superseding this action, but and actually it's become more detailed than this action, but it will occur.
Yeah, well, let's leave it in there until it does. And the other thing is we've closed the city ops, the information that we wanted. This was, if you'll remember, this came because elected members were presented a piece of paper that never got attached to anything, that has since never been found again in terms of comparing what costs were pre-city ops coming in-house and what they are now. I know the staff have been through a process to find it. Comfortable it's closed, but I just want to note that we do know our systems and processes need to get better, and it's something that it's just please in everything we do, can we just look at how we improve processes and keep information and understand where information from workshops is kept. And so a question would be, where we have things like was given in hard copy today, is that now attached to this meeting? Because this is what happened. We got a hard copy piece of paper that a previous general manager took us through, and it then was never seen again. So what do we do with hard copies that come to these meetings?
Through you, Chair, if the document's a formal part of the council meeting and it's tabled as such, then it would be part of the formal records. In a workshop, obviously, that's not necessarily the case, but we take your point that all of these documents should be retrievable, and for some reason we haven't been able to track this one down.
No, but I think, is that a process? So is who's responsible for that piece of paper now being attached, and where would you find it?
Who tabled it and for what reason, I'd ask?
It's public forum, so it's part of this meeting?
Yes, it should. That should form part of the public record.
Okay, so that's something that democracy team do?
Yes.
You're comfortable with that democracy team? Thank you. Okay, so that process is changed. Wonderful. Anything else on action status? Councillor Kurak.
This is not closed, but it's the last item on the table, the very last one, in terms of Harrier Street. And it's my understanding that matter has been closed. There was a letter sent to them, which I understood closed the matter. And I think that was from the Chief Executive. The Harrier Street Dazzler issue.
Yes, I think there was I'm just trying to recall, was there a formal decision by council on this, which was then communicated, and that letter has gone? Yes.
We'll update the actions register to reflect that.
Nobody minds turning something into closed at these meetings, do they? Okay, that being the case, are we approving the receipt of this? So we've got 2 recommendations. Attachment 2. No.
Sorry, Chair, it looks like
Yep.
recommendation B needs a few things deleted
Correct.
or tidied up before
So
we...
attachment 2 can be transferred into the open full stop. Is that what it should? Can we put it up on screen, please, Anahira?
Yes, we should delete those extraneous words.
And attachment 2, we're comfortable as transferring into the open?
So they should remain in public excluded until the report.
I'm confused.
Well, there are members of the public names in there. I think I just think there's some privacy issues there that we might need to work through. But there's no reason why we can't do that, redact what's necessary, and then make it public.
Okay, so attachment 2 can be transferred.
Subject to privacy considerations.
But are we saying that that attachment wasn't in the papers that were up on the website anyway? We've just discussed them not in private and not in public excluded, so. Okay, good. Okay, so can I have a mover and seconder for these recommendations that the City Delivery Committee receives the report and attachment 2 be transferred into open subject to privacy considerations? Councillor Schuler, Councillor Kurak, all those in favour? That is carried, thank you. Oh. I've got my marching orders. Okay. So 9.2, fourth quarter financial reporting, and we're welcoming Catherine Sharplin, Tracy Hughes, Susan Braid, Cherie Koval, Craig Rice, however many can fit up there.
And Jan Pedersen.
Yeah. Oh, and Jan Pedersen. So we're going to take the report as read, but Catherine, you're introducing.
I'll just briefly introduce it, and then we do have some very high-level PowerPoint slides just to help take you through the key results. So this report provides a first look at the provisional results for the financial year to 30th of June. We're still working through these results, and we are not yet in a position where it's a draft for audit, so these numbers will move. And on the 15th of September, we will bring to this committee the draft that will be presented for audit. So a key area, we talked briefly in the presentation and in the report about the rate surplus. That is indicative because we are still working through our funding processes and review just to make sure all expenditure is correctly funded. So we certainly would see that needing more clarification. However, it is indicative that there will be a funding surplus sufficient to cover what we're relying on for this year's budget, and also reflecting some of it within the borrowing space that we have not yet delivered all of that capital that we'd budgeted. So the report follows a similar format to the quarterly reports. There's an operational financial performance section, year-end debt results, a focus on employee costs, and that's we've brought Jan to the table just to assist because there were some questions from council which we'll cover off. It covers the January weather event report and capital performance to date, so I'll just hand across to Tracy, Jan and Susan to take you through the brief PowerPoint and then take questions as we go.
Good morning. We do have a PowerPoint, so is that, you've got it. Sorry, you want me to put that in? Yeah. Okay, so these are the headline numbers that are reported. the graphic helpfully, using colour, shows us which could be considered as positive, neutral or unfavourable in terms of results. The surplus before gains and losses is unfavourable to annual plan. This is given that operating revenue is essentially on budget and operating expenditure is under budget, that discrepancy is largely down to the capital revenue item. Net debt is below annual plan, partly relating to opening balances and partly relating to the under-delivery of capital as a high level, and capital there is under budget by 131 million. So essentially we're going to step through those things more or less one by one with some high-level slides. Starting with operating revenue and expenditure. As the report says, a lot of the impacts that we're seeing flowing through have actually been reported to you before through previous quarterly monitoring reports. The larger items there are additional costs from the January weather event, which are impacting. Slower spend on local waters done well than we had budgeted for. Fees and charges are under budget in some areas reasonably significantly. And there's changes in treatment as well, which show against the individual categorisation in the P&L. One of those is the 90 Devonport Road finance lease. It's probably the most remarkable. There are some new impacts coming through in the final quarter. Repairs and maintenance had been reporting well under budget up through Q3. There's been concerted effort from staff to make sure our R&M program is on track, and it is now much closer to budget for the full year. That is a change in variance, if you like, of nearly $5 million. So that's pretty good work there. The Papamoa East interchange vesting to NZTA, we brought that to your attention last quarter. That has now occurred. That was budgeted to happen in 26-27 through the long-term plan. We knew it was coming early when we did the annual plan, so that budget has been taken out of the annual plan. Shows as a variance in the current year. Depreciation has come in currently on budget. There has been some review, mainly by transport asset managers, looking at the treatment of pavement renewals in terms of useful lives. Also, asset replacement. So this result will be subject to further review and audit as well on those assumptions. That's very high-level overview of what's happening in that operating space. We'll come to you with much further detail on that in September when the numbers have settled more and we've had time to do the thorough analysis. Actually, it might be good if, as we go through the slides, we do the questions relating to the slides at the same time.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense of where we are with the LGFA balanced budget measure. So OPEX is lower, so that's good in terms of the balanced budget. But then what's not included in the balanced budget is the development contributions, etc., which are down. So where do we sit in terms of this year's balanced budget? Do we know?
So that analysis hasn't been done yet. My feeling is that it'll certainly be well under 100% for those reasons that you state. The growth interest component is always problematic for us, and if we have lower capital revenue than budgeted, which we have, then that's going to go against us as well.
And I guess I'm a little bit confused because we've got a 31-page report which I've been through and got questions and answered from, and now I've got some new information. So to me, this is I'm not sure, shall I ask the questions on the report now, or does that come later? So just on the previous slide, was that available when the report was written, or is this newly written? Because I'm struggling a little bit here. I'm trying to keep up with the financials. Later on the meeting, we're going to find that our people think that only 31% of people think we're good at financial management, and somehow we've got to get better. And so we need to be clearer and more transparent, and even I'm a bit confused here as to what is extra being shared from the report, or where are we at?
These slides are, with the exception of some of the FTE work that we've just done in the last couple of days, these slides are essentially summarised from the report. So there shouldn't be anything new.
And so when we say we take the reporters, but they're not in the same order, I couldn't see those. I can see the table 1 showing the 27.8 million less asset development revenue, and now we've got that, and I've got the 18.4. Are they, where are they, where are those?
It's paragraphs 15 and 16.
And do paragraph 15 and 16 refer to table 1 above? We need to...
Table 1.
Craig, I'm just going to talk to you on this one. We just need to be able to navigate the numbers better, please. We are trying to, well, I am trying to understand them. If we've got comments on table 1, it would be great if they're just under table 1 rather than in, which table 1 sitting in point 3, and then we've got explanations in 14 and 15. So we just need to have a bit easier navigation. I need a GPS on the finance reports because it's really good information and it's great we've got it early, and we're getting clearer in terms of the information, but maybe we just need a GPS on how where the numbers are actually sitting, please.
Just the intention of those high-level kind of infographic ones, that they're largely drawn, in fact...
No, I'm actually talking about this slide, Catherine, which is the detail.
So that's the detail, yeah, and the other one's drawn from table 1.
Yep.
Before I hand over to Jan, actually, it's time for me to fess up. Paragraph 25D, relating to FTE, I've stated that there's 14 FTE conversion of casual to establishment roles. That was my mistake. I misread some information from Jan's team, and that number should be 2 FTE. But in any case, handing over to Jan.
On which point? 25D. Okay. Thank you, Jan. Thanks, Tracy.
Good morning, councillors. Just in terms of the high-level FTE information for wrapping up our year-end at Q4, so we did have a variance of 35 FTEs over what was set in the budget, but I just want to draw your attention to when the budget was set. It was set in September last year, where we had just come out of reset and we were holding a higher than normal amount of vacancies. So our numbers were, a little bit out of kilter, shall we say, just coming out of reset. So,
sorry. The annual plan must have been set at June 2025, not September.
Well, the numbers were firstly cut over at September, so we were looking at information, because obviously we work a long way in behind the scenes in terms of timing, so there were a lot of variances in terms of coming out of the reset. So while 35 is not...
Sorry, I just need to confirm. So when we talk the approved annual plan, we approved that before we start 2026. So we didn't approve numbers in September.
No, I guess the first cut of our numbers was firstly before... It started late last year. But
can we just know that we talk about the approved numbers, that the council approves an annual plan, and they're the numbers we need to be comparing with,
Yeah,
not a
guess I'm just
September number.
Focusing on the actuals, and so our budget was set at 1,269. Obviously, we have a 35 variance there, and I'm just taking you through the key highlights of the variance which we have on the table to the left. So we do have some roles that were brought forward earlier than had planned, and that is just because of a timing from our 30 June cutover. We had gone to market a little bit earlier for some of those roles, so we have Waters, we also have 7 in the libraries. City Ops, we have 6 that came over before they had been planned for 1 July this calendar year. Or this financial year, sorry. However, they were offset by contracts that we had taken over in-house. We also had unplanned roles, which are predominantly fixed-term roles within the emergency management. That is purely for the response for the Moa landslide, which we had 6 of those, and that conversion that Tracy just mentioned with the 2 from the casual budgets. We've also had role reductions of 8 that we have removed, which resulted in the 35 variance.
Can I just, it really concerned me when I saw that we had 52 additional FTEs, and I brought down by 35 with FTE vacancies, and a comment on there that position management is an operational tool. Marty, we have raised a number of times that we need to right-size this organisation. We know we've got a project, which I haven't seen any dates for, that we've got $9 to $10 million of stranded overheads that we need to be understanding, and we know that a lot of the costs of this organisation are staff costs. We have vacancies, and so we're not talking about taking people away, we're saying keeping vacancies, but they're going down here. So can I just have your view, please, Marty, as CEO, on what leadership are you suggesting to your staff we are doing in terms of right-sizing the organisation and ensuring our headcount are fit for purpose and delivering to our people?
Right, well, firstly, I'll say that we're delivering our services within the budgets that were allocated, and that our staff costs are within budget. It's a dynamic organisation where we engage a lot of consultants, and where appropriate, if we can do those activities in-house, we will employ someone, increasing headcount to save money that we would otherwise have spent on consultants. City Operations is an organisation that continues to grow, and as we take contracts back inside, in-house, we employ people to do what contractors would otherwise have done. The libraries, for example, those roles were needed as part of the new and upcoming opening of the library. So I can assure you that any new and or additional role is scrutinised heavily. Jan and Catherine essentially, they're tough gatekeepers, and I guess in an organisation of 1,350 people, there's always a lot of movement. I guess the bottom line is, are we delivering within budget? Yes. Are we trying to save costs? Yes, and it may be that we actually have to employ more people to save money, and that's what we're doing.
And so when we talk about we are delivering, we're 130 million less in capital delivery than the budget.
Yeah, but some of that will be cost savings as well, so we're delivering for less, and I guess the detail of that will come through the annual report process later today. Yeah.
Councillor Crowther.
One of the examples that sort of our colleagues had talked about was the comms roles that were advertised recently, and I guess that's an example of where we understand, and I got a response from Craig that zero-based budgeting hadn't been started at the point that decision was made to advertise for those. But it had been talked about quite a bit over the last year. And so it's more trying to understand maybe the interface between an LTP process for zero-based budgeting, the constraints we've got, and then the desire to have a different model for comms, which we haven't really approved strategically. I think that's the potential issue, is how to bring all that together so we have a strategic plan for communications and engagement. We, as the people in charge of strategy, understand and approve of that. You, as the person delivering it, know exactly what your team are doing. And I wonder if you could comment on that in regards to those 4 roles, because they seem to be just doing more of the same as opposed to changing the engagement and comms.
So the communications team, as a result of the reset, was downsized. And in terms of numbers, the restructure didn't happen at the time of reset. So the restructure of that group happened after the reset. So there's a lag on that. So that was the reason why the changes to the structure and the delivery model of communications has just landed, because it didn't actually occur through the reset, but the numbers were reduced. This was Jan, are you able to talk to that?
Yeah, so this was planned as part of reset. As Marty mentioned, it was delayed until now. So our head of comms has had to work within her existing budget and FTE numbers.
So just as an action, perhaps we do get just the comms headcount from end of 2020, well, pre-reset, end of actuals 25, and now.
No
and,
problem.
and going ahead, please, that would be good. So that's just an action that's recorded, yeah.
We can do that. So if we just go to the next slide. So in terms of this new financial year...
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we've got Councillor Taylor, I did have him.
I probably know this, but it would be good if, could you just explain the Waters organisation and the pathway for employment to get to where we're going with that? And I presume some of these people might have come from Western Bay, for example.
That is correct, yeah.
What's the washout as far as we might be paying them now? Like, do we get that money back when the water organisation stands up? Do we know what happens then? Because I'm presuming that Western Bay aren't increasing their water staff right now.
No, this will be in the transition unit, and that's paid for through jointly contributed funds from TCC and Western Bay. Yeah.
There will be water.
Well, there is as we go. We each contribute as we go. Yeah.
I think that's probably I might just action that one too, that we just get confirmation of the number of the 22 additional FTEs in the water organisation, and where their costs are lying.
No problem. Just with the waters one, predominantly they are fixed term, so they are part of that transition team, and they will drop off either end of this year or early next year as we get into the new waters CCO.
And perhaps the action can just set out how many of those 22 are fixed term, please.
So just in terms of this financial year, we are 45 ahead of what our budgeted FTE estimate or confirmed. And I think the first line, which talks about that 19 crossover, I think that is, I guess, just demonstrating the discussion we just had in terms of that timing aspect, where we have roles that are going in to be recruited for, where we still have a person sometimes in filling the role. Parental leave is a good example of that. Restructures where we still have someone working out their notice while we go to market to recruit for a new role. So we just have this overlap. So while 45 does not read well, it is essentially, some of it is tool, it's a position management matter, which is a paper-based number. So it will not stay 45 above the expected FTE number as we move into various structures, etc., and roles come off due to vacancies being filled or people leaving the organisation. So as I mentioned before, we have the waters, and again, some of that is project funded, so there's some accounting mechanisms in the background in terms of equating for that. We also had to increase our numbers by 1.5, which is the annual plan library reversal, and that is due to rostering. So we had the rosters all set in stone, and then we had to go and make some changes. So there is a small increase there. And we also have some fixed terms which will drop off later in this year, included in that 45. And again, there's a number -4 that is yet to come off in terms of those agreed levels of service.
I'm a bit dumbfounded here. So we're in August the 5th, and we've just found that we were 35 more at the end of June than we had anticipated in September the year before, and now we're 45 over what we approved in the annual plan a couple of months later. So is this information will all be available for our people and up on the website? Because this is new, this isn't in our papers, right?
So essentially it is reflective of what is in the paper.
It's not
just
actually in the papers. So
not
it's just
in this
this is
format,
no.
no.
If we're trying to in city delivery, we're trying to say what are we delivering to our people and what is it costing. This is important information, but I just would like to make sure that this sort of stuff is shared with our people. So just that 15 additional waters organisation, is that on top of the 22 that we've just?
No, that is a subset of the 22.
So when the action will include, so can the action just be, we make sure that we also get the number that comes out here, please?
So as I mentioned, the 45 is essentially a paper number. It will not continue to be 45 over our budgeted number. And 19 of these expect to be dropped off as we bring in the ins and outs of positions.
But if 19 comes off, you've still got 26 more than budget, or are the 26 going to drop off too, off this paper-based number?
As I mentioned, some of these are fixed term, and they will also drop off as the fixed terms conclude.
So another 5, so we're still 20 above you're comfortable with?
Most of the waters roles are fixed term as well, and we also have the 4 at the very end, which are yet to come off as well as the levels of service reductions take place.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to ask a bit more about 2 of the things. One of them, the waters. I'm part of the Joint Waters Committee. We're told there are no extra staff there, and that sort of, the word staff is always able to be used and abused, but I mean, we take it at face value that there's no more people who are doing the roles than what was agreed by the Waters Working Group and ultimately by Council when we signed off. But I'm just really struggling. You say it's paper, but are there actually 15 people who are being paid now who are doing work on waters organisation establishment?
Yes, however, there are finance funding. I might get Catherine to talk about the sort of financing side of that.
I think when we come back to you on the waters, we will also, like we have funded these positions to do the work because it's part of that transitional budget that each council confirmed. What I'm suspecting is that we're using staff where we didn't actually feed into the FTE budget to make sure you are allowing for that additional amount. So it's not that there's more people than we thought, it's that the material that's been presented by Jan in the past has not talked about the people that are doing on those transitional things, such as the new system or the finance work stream, that sort of stuff, because we haven't kind of translated all that work of the transitional unit into the FTE numbers. We translated it into the budgets, so it is budgeted.
That raises another obvious question, which is why is the system not allowing that? So I think that we really need to get to grips with that, because then if we're saying it's okay because we've still got a cap on the FTEs overall, and we can afford, when we make our waters decision, to make that decision, and that's what we were juggling with at the time, trying to look at everything, and now we find out actually they're not connected, and so that, I think that's something that really needs to probably be changed pretty quickly.
If we go back to Marty's comment earlier, so it was not probably a known factor how much you will use internal staff and backfill versus use consultants. So those are decisions made by that transition unit. So, and while we talk about them as FTE here, and it feels like it's part of the core council organisation, it's just, it is different. It is part of that transitional work and who's doing it. The reason that Jan talks about it is that once we employ them, it becomes part of people and capabilities responsibility, while during this year to make sure that they are appropriately supported and managed. So it is a different thing, and we will come back just breaking that down for you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And my other question was just, I'm really struggling with the library's Sunday closure. Now, I know there was staff sort of maybe moved a bit quicker than we had anticipated when we were looking at that option, and we apparently reversed it, was the language that was used. But I guess the starting point back in, was it February, March? In March, nobody was going to lose a job because that hadn't come to our attention. It came to our attention in March. We sort of said, yeah, that should be on the list, and then we planned to sort of review everything in June. We then reversed that and sort of said, no, we won't go down that track. So in terms of tracking these numbers, why does actually reversing that decision make any difference? Because 3 months earlier, that was never going to be a thing anyway.
When we provided you the levels of service decisions in March, there were a number of papers that were in confidential because they did have impacts on staff. The library closures was one of those. It was certainly going to result in a loss of jobs. And the other one was, for the libraries, was the adult programming. So there's been 2 FTE reduced from libraries for adult programming. That was why those levels of service decisions, there were 2 papers, one was in confidential. So that was flagged, and when we got the decision for the levels of service, we implemented it for 1 July, which required all of those HR processes to be undertaken.
Yeah, through the chair, I guess that's not my question though, Sarah. The question is, when we signed off on the annual plan in June 2025, we expected a 30th of June 2026, which I think that number's correlating to, that would be based on no one being lost or added to the library staff because of Sunday closure, because we'd never thought about it in June 2025. And so this is correlating. That 45 is the difference between what was planned and what it is now, isn't it? That's my understanding of what we're doing. We're reconciling those numbers, and we never planned back in June 2025 to close the library. So why is there a discrepancy now? Because it says at the top there it's a 30th of June actuals report, and that's what I'm looking at, the 30th of June actuals.
This is comparing to our new financial year. So this is the comparison of the FTE actual with this new financial year that started 1 July. So we're just highlighting what the key differences in terms of going forward.
I guess I'll just ask one more through the chair, if Craig, if you, my understanding when you do this planning is that you're looking at a baseline of what we signed off in June 2025 and doing it for this year, which is what we signed off in June. So I still can't understand why the libraries, can you maybe give your perspective on why the libraries are coming in, the closure comes into it?
So I think your proposition is one perspective on analysis, but it doesn't match what Jan's team's done. And so Jan's looked at the actual position versus what's contained in the annual plan for FY27.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I think I'd really like to take it offline and try and get clear on how we're getting this reporting, because it's really bewildering to us.
So essentially, we've had to employ 1.5 more FTE to cover the rosters based on what we had to reverse through the change process for the libraries.
I think there's a couple of actions. I think we will have there is an action, I think, on comms headcount, on waters headcount, and on library headcount. I'm also just I'm going back to a spreadsheet I received on the 22nd of June on this year on headcount by activity, which we all got, and I'm just a bit concerned that if we're saying this was actuals 6 days or 8 days later, how are we getting that so wrong? Because when we pay people, it's like we're not halfway through a project. We're either paying them or not paying them. So if our headcount are the number of people our payroll paid on a payroll date, which will be an actual date. So it's not that, yeah, we did some adjustment on that, because it's people get paid or they don't get paid. So headcount is not one that I would expect to have a whole lot of adjustments because of things happening, because they either got paid or they didn't. So I'm concerned on this reporting, Māori, so we just need to have an action that we need to, we'll take it away, and we'll need to get some more information on that, please.
Okay, so onto our capital delivery headlines for FY26. So Council adopted a capital program of $502 million for the year. And as we monitored delivery throughout the year and through the 2027 annual plan process, we identified a number of projects that were experiencing delivery delays or revised timing assumptions. And as a result, $138 million of budget deferrals were proactively incorporated into future years through that planning process. Those deferrals have been partly offset by carry forwards from the previous year, brought forward budgets, and additional project funding approved during the year. That resulted in a revised 2026 capital budget of $416 million. Draft actual capital expenditure for the year has landed at $371 million, which is a bit lower than the $450 million delivered in 2025. Just calling out that that $371 million number, it includes $5 million worth of capital work in progress write-offs. So if we were to exclude those accounting write-offs, underlying capital delivery would have been closer to $376 million. Now, while the overall delivery was below budget, there were also some positive outcomes. Included within the result is approximately $19 million worth of savings and budget reductions that Marty alluded to earlier, including around $6 million worth of contingency funding that ultimately wasn't required. When the 2027 annual plan was adopted, our corporate planning model was assuming in the FY26 year budget of around $418 million. So finishing below that level means that additional carry forwards will be required. We're in the process of collating and assessing those, and carry forwards will be presented back to this committee as budget adjustments to the 2027 annual plan. The key implication here, of course, is that we will need to achieve a higher run rate than we have over the past 12 months to deliver on our FY27 capital program. It's assumed to be around $450 million. If we can move on to the next slide. So this next slide, it provides a high-level summary of the primary drivers of the FY26 capital underspend across the whole organisation. Just to note, we haven't completed a detailed assessment of every individual project. A lot of that detailed analysis will come through the annual report. So you will see in this pie chart, there is quite a large grey segment there representing projects where the primary driver of the underspend has not yet been specified. That being said, this chart hopefully does still provide a good indication of the key themes emerging across the program. The largest category there in yellow, that relates to projects with dependencies or being delivered by third parties. these are projects where delivery has been influenced by factors outside of Council's direct control. Other common drivers include, in the blue segment there, projects that have been paused while strategic or governance decisions are being made. In orange, the changes to project scope, design or supporting information. And in dark green, where projects have been delayed as a result of consenting, procurement or other delivery constraints. And then importantly, a fairly large chunk of it in light green there that reflects the genuine savings or projects being delivered under budget, which is a positive outcome. The capital program performance report, which is up next on the agenda, details some of the key projects that are included in each of those categories. So I would suggest that if we can keep any project-specific questions until that item, if we can, when we have the relevant people in the room. But I'm happy to answer any questions on the overall trends that are showing here.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, put you on the spot, the yellow thing there. Have you got an example, maybe? Might help me understand what that means.
Yes, so there are a number of projects. So Tauriko West is one example, where it was NZTA led, or developer reimbursement projects. I think there's about $7 million across the board underspend that we are directly at the mercy of when developers have completed their part of the project and we are reimbursing them. So, yes.
Councillor Crowther.
Susan, the 2 years that we've sort of had a bit of a say on how things are going, we've seen the capex go down by about what is it? Sorry, just looking at the numbers. We're 267 million, but just looking at the debt figure, that's kind of less than that, and the projection is that, according to our annual plan, the overall capex will be about 400 million less than the long-term plan over those 3 years, and the debt will be about 200 million less. And so I guess, you know, we're sort of dropping capex by one amount. The issue there is, are those numbers, are they measuring the same thing? Like when you come and do this report and then we look at our annual plan and what's forecast for debt to the end of June 2027, you know, are they comparing apples with apples, or will there be a big adjustment to that debt that you already know about? And if not, then can you explain why the capex is going to drop 400 million and the debt only by 200 million?
Yeah, it will be getting skewed a bit by the capital subsidies that we receive, so where the timing is out. But that is where we, in our corporate planning model, as we are working through the annual plan process, we are trying to capture as up-to-date information as we can to feed into those updated debt assumptions where we're going to land at year end. So although we have come in even further behind where we had assumed in 2027, so we will have recognised a lower debt position, closing debt position this year as a result. And then as we work through this carry forward process and assessing what we actually need to carry forward and which budgets can kind of drop away, yeah, we will reassess that, and that will come back through this committee.
Because I think, through the chair, that to me is like a fundamental. I know I've sort of raised it with Craig and some of you before, but I think that's really the big story that the public are seeing, that they're seeing that we're not delivering anything like what was in the long-term plan. The debt is less, so that's a good news story, and we tell the good news story of the debt's not as much. But I guess I'm just wondering, Marty, if there's a way to kind of tie that in for the annual report, so that which is coming later, so that we have a really strong narrative. Is that something you think we'd be able to pull together in time, so that we don't kind of have to reinvent the narrative next year if we've got that wrong?
Whether we can provide the specifics, I don't know, because each project is funded differently in different funding streams. Some subsidised, NZTA might not be debt funded. And so I guess the calculation is done and the estimation is done on our debt levels based on each project and how it's funded. So there's probably quite a detailed spreadsheet that would provide that, but we could provide the themes or the reasons why there is at the very least we could do that. But Catherine, can you?
This sort of segues nicely into the next slide on debt, and Cherie's not here, so I was just going to cover that off anyway. In the report, the waterfall graphs provided do show what's driving the debt movements, and it does talk very much about if opening debt is much less, which it was last year, and it will be again this year because of the under-delivery. So that story is always told. It can be mentioned somewhere in the annual report, just remembering that we are kind of keeping tightly to compliance-based information in the annual report now, but it certainly is included in this narrative and in the waterfall graphs that are provided. So overall, and again on this slide, debt is down from what was budgeted by 196 million, contributed by the lower opening debt, which is in the waterfall graphs, and lower capital expenditure through the year. In Tracy's material at the beginning, she pointed out our capital subsidies are much less. So all those stories are being told through the financials, and we do try to bring that together and draw the connections, but it's not 100% you dollar for dollar if you don't do the capital, because we have subsidies and because we have other funding. So just on this report, just confirming, closing debt was 1.452. When we did the annual plan, we had assumed capital delivery would be higher, and so the opening debt for this year is assumed to be higher, and it was assumed to be higher than it will be, which is a good news story in terms of it will cost us less interest for a period. The extent to which we will kind of recover that debt position depends, as Susan said, on how much of the capital carry forwards are added to the current year's capital budget and how much is delivered, because the capital spend does drive the debt growth. IFF was about 100 million additional for the year, so that's the green bars on the graphs provided. Our debt to revenue ratio is considerably better than the annual plan because our debt is lower and our revenue was much closer to budget, and our average cost of borrowing at present is 4.07%, including margins, and of course there's upward pressure on that coming into this year. So if there's any questions.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please, the one that talked about the... No, keep going. I want to go back to the capital program, because what you've heard here today is the financial results, not the delivery and the service and the program results. So, for example, Waters delivered 95% of their capital program. Of a $108 million budget, they delivered a $103 million program. Transport not too far away. Spaces and Places struggled, obviously, vertical builds, which are highly visible to the community and have been engaged in multiple discussions, has lagged behind. In that, there was circa $20 million worth of saving. If you think about the reduced annual plan capital program, dropped from 503 down to 418, we delivered 371. It's circa 90% delivery. Any organisation and any government organisations would be proud and celebrate that. Okay? I just wanted to make that point, that it's worth recognising those people that are actually delivering on the ground, and what we're seeing here is a financial snapshot. There's a story behind each of these, and I just wanted that to be recognised.
Thanks, Marty. I also had a question. I guess my question, and it's a little bit like just the story we tell on the delivery versus non-delivery, and I read this as we had 138 million non-delivery. It was really good seeing the pie chart, and congrats on the 19 million of savings. That's really good. But our operating costs were only 18 million lower, and I've got some extra information that talked about project management, FTEs. We didn't need as many because we weren't doing as many projects, but that's not reflected in the FTE. So I guess it comes down to, are we looking well enough at our process of how we do things so that when we are not delivering as much, that we actually don't spend as much either? Because that's the bit that, to me, we keep getting told we need more people, which then have digital costs and finance costs to when we build our capital projects up, but then when we bring them down for a whole lot of reasons, we don't see a reflected less FTEs and less costs.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's not a direct correlation, but there is a correlation. The fact that the project might not be, if you like, in delivery phase, and we might not be spending large capital sums, particularly at the beginning of a project, doesn't mean to say that we don't have headcount in the organisation to deliver those, to manage those projects. The projects are all still live. It's just that they might not be in, if you like, the delivery phase where a lot of the spend is happening. So I think if you think about what Jane and her team are doing at the moment, they're in recruiting mode at the moment because her program is gearing up. And we need specialist people to deliver those programs. So by comparison, Spaces and Places, there's been a migration and a downsize in that group. Some have transferred across to the major projects. And so there is a correlation, but not a direct correlation. It depends on the phase of delivery of the project largely as to whether or not the capital spend and burn rate matches the operational costs. So that would be a summary, I think. So.
I would also like to add that from a project management perspective, when you're in a live project, so I'm going to use an example of, say, the cremation building in Spaces and Places. That was put on hold to review that value for money aspect of it. We don't then fire the staff that was working on that, right? Because that's still a live project. So instead of writing to a capital project and build, those staff costs will go to OPEX. So inadvertently, underspend in capital may increase your OPEX because staff aren't time writing to the capital, the capital projects.
And I understand that, and I think in a large organisation, hopefully somebody can be re-employed somewhere else, and we're not just in a silo that's all you do, and I'm sure that's happening. But it's just, when you see the headline numbers, 131 million lower capital delivered, 18 million less operating costs, 35 more staff. That is a hard one for me. You'll need really good comms specialists to get that one out and past our people who think, as we're seeing later, we're not very good at financial management. So those are the numbers that I think we need to start talking about and being able to bridge from one to the other, which we're seeing more here. And I think what Councillor Crowther has asked about in terms of debt, that's a really good one to bridge because we're always asked about it, and we really should be able to say, this is where we started, this is why it was different than what we thought it was going to be, this is what our capital spend has been over the last couple of years, and this is where we're expecting it to be. So that's my question. One other specific question on table 7, which relates to project contingency. There's an explanation of the annual plan contingency budget of 47 million revising down to 6, but in the middle of that is a reclassification of contingency budget to cover design implementation costs, 12.27 million. And I just wondered when we would ever put contingency into design costs.
So that's essentially when people are budgeting and allowing that contingency pot, should any of the risks or elements of the project come to fruition that they actually need to draw down on that contingency, that's where we see that. So it goes through the appropriate governance channels to request that approval to draw down on that contingency. So that's what that is reflecting.
And my concern is, I understand that, but my concern is that design implementation costs are pretty early in the project, and it's $10 million that's been taken out of contingency. It's a big number. Could I just offline get a bit more breakdown of when that happens and the process that goes through it, please? It might be that it's not about design implementation, but on here it doesn't look good.
We also have an action to organise a session and take you through 3 key projects to see how we actually do this, to show the process of when we manage and how we manage contingency in that. We can rope in some information on how we manage contingency as part of overall project management in that, if you like.
Well, it's a good idea to choose one of the projects that is in that 10.27 million would be sensible. Thank you very much, Reneka. So you're still going? One to go. Excuse me.
Sorry, I took them backwards.
Okay, so just to wrap up, talking about the rating surplus, as Catherine mentioned earlier, we're not in a position to put a hard number around that at the moment, but we're pretty confident that it's sufficient to support what we needed for the current annual plan year. We'll confirm that quantum in September. And what we've got here is some things you might want to think about if we have additional surplus. When I say additional to that we have already used. There are a number of things number of places we might direct that surplus to. We did talk about through the annual plan process having a price volatility reserve against expected price increases. At the time, and still now, I guess, the biggest concern is oil prices. So that's where that one came from. We could have an interest reserve as well, or instead, reflecting that we did collect rates to cover the interest costs on the capital program, as we didn't deliver the whole capital program in terms of dollars. Those interest costs have not eventuated, so we might want to put that aside for when they do. We could assign additional funding into the risk reserve, acknowledging that we are depleting that currently on the costs relating to the January weather event. And there's also quite a bit of thinking happening at the moment about stranded debt. When I say stranded debt, I'm talking about for instance, the debt we incurred in respect of the weathertight decisions some years ago, sitting in the balance sheet. So those are just some things that we will talk about a bit further in the 15th of September report. Next steps, 31st of August, the end of this month, Audit New Zealand start their audit. 15th September, the next meeting, I think, of this committee, you'll have the draft annual report, and alongside of that, as mentioned, will be an update, if you like, of this report, which will have a lot more analysis in it. The adoption of the annual report is scheduled for the 20th of October. And later in 2026, I'm not sure if we've got a date around that yet, the capital carry forwards will be reported as budget adjustments to the current annual plan. And that is my final slide.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So just on that final slide, so the comment, the headline on that the 10 million plus is sufficient for what we need for our rates for this year. What are you saying those numbers might be currently? We needed to put in, I can't remember what did we put in to keep the rates where they're at? 4.6?
Yeah, I think it was 3.
So are you allowed to give our people a month off rates?
I wish, as a ratepayer.
Well, that's what, I'm certainly what I'm feeling isn't that we stack money that could be reducing rates to them, to reserve. So let's be innovative in what we're allowed to do, because at the end of the day, if we've got surpluses from last year, it would be lovely to be able to not charge our people.
Those rates do represent interest on some of the debt in those reserves. So reducing that debt will help.
There's short-term help and long-term help, I think, that I'm thinking, what can we do short-term that actually will make a difference? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for finance and HR? Sorry, Jan. Councillor Schuler.
Just quickly as a comparison, not sure if you know, just following on from Marty's comment on the delivery at around 90%. I think last year with us it was in the late 80s. Do you guys have any numbers on what it's been in this organisation historically? Because my understanding is we're trending up.
So last year total delivery was 415. The year prior was 417 million. In terms of...
So, in terms of doing more for what we plan, there's always things that stop it, and like Marty said, you're not going to get to 100% would be a pie in the sky, but...
I don't have that information to hand,
okay,
but
right.
I can
Oh, no, just
provide
curiosity.
you, yeah.
That's right, no, it's curiosity, but 90 is a good number, and hopefully we're in the right direction and it'll get better again next year.
So I just I've got a few other questions that weren't, well, I haven't quickly got them. So on point 29, what was the little table under table 5? What was that? It's got no title and no total, so I just wasn't quite sure what it was.
Sorry, when I was putting this together in my head, the table and the chart were connected, but it's obviously not obvious that they are connected. So as a for instance, the chart, consultants and contracts variances, shows waters at the bottom with an underspend of what looks like...
Oh, so those are just the numbers that actually relate to the chart?
The numbers and a short explanation.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. I didn't put those together. I had a whole lot more questions, but I will leave them if I haven't got them in your written explanation. But I'm just going to ask Craig that I think we still need to be getting our reporting a little bit clearer. I think we do want to be transparent for the people that do bother to read our reports, and I hope there are a few. And we just need to be really a bit more concise about how we explain things, please. Okay, so Councillor Crowther.
It's quick. Seeing you mentioned that chart and the waters, were you saying that was the green is good or bad? Like green is positive to our organisation or a negative? Because I thought you started saying something which made me think I've got this wrong.
So from a financial perspective, it's green because it's spent less.
Okay, so we spent less, 7.3 million less relating to the waters organisation transition on contractors and consultants, which, am I correct in then linking that back, Catherine, to what we were talking about before, that we spent more on FTEs, seemingly, and it's maybe just the same work being done, or am I jumping too far on that one?
No, I think that we budgeted in that 25-26 year to have done more in that transition space than actually happened in the digital, and so it's all happening this year instead, but we will have rebudgeted, I suspect, correctly into the annual plan, the amount that will be borrowed this year. But we can cover that off in a...
Can I just make one other comment just in terms of numbers? So even on our slides here and a few times in the report, I think I wrote down, it said additional costs of the January weather event as an explanation, but it didn't give us a number. And so just always having just so we can get in context what it means, because sometimes it's a little number that rather than anything else. And I do hope that there is a system now that prevents a $3.5 million error in some of the reporting. And mistakes happen, and it's great you talk about it, but it would be good to say, and the system or process was fixed accordingly. because errors are okay. They happen. Okay, so we have got a report in front of us and a recommendation that the City Delivery Committee receives the report fourth quarter financial monitoring. Have we got any discussion around the table? Thank you, team, and thank you very much for your work and your questions that you answered for me. I haven't put it on the table yet. I'll put a mover in a second. Okay, before that, Councillor Crowther, would you like to move it? Okay. Got a seconder? Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rolleston-Steed. Do you want to talk to it, Glenn? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I've sort of made, effectively kind of, I guess, made comments in my questions, I think, before, which I probably shouldn't have done. But I think if we can pull together a really clear narrative around it, it's very helpful. Because I just realised I'd sort of misread that last graph and thought that at a glance that what was a positive number was a negative and vice versa. So I think it is quite helpful to kind of have a clear narrative and the financial information. I'm not saying we don't have the financial information, but to sort of maybe pull it together as much as we can, so then we can tell the narrative to our community as clearly as we can. And that's partly on me. It's not just like looking at staff, but I think we all have to sort of pull it all together. And I think probably that the CapEx and the debt and the comments you made, Marty, I think all that has to be factored in. I still think when I look at what we've delivered, we have gone down a long way from what was in the long-term plan. And so we are not, like we had this sort of narrative we can't change the long-term plan. Not saying it's my view, but that was sort of the view generally around the table. We have massively changed the long-term plan, massively. And so we need to, I think, talk to our communities about that and prepare them for the fact that we're not going to be playing catch-up after this. We've got rates caps, we've got quite the opposite. We're going to go even lower. And of course, Waters will just complicate that picture for the public. So I think it's up to us to tell that narrative. I don't think the public can be expected to follow the complexities of it all. The one specific comment is, as the finance team know, I'm still a bit hung up on the the operating expenditure that's CapEx and the capital nature. And I think that's part of the problem, is that we have this number for CapEx, for capital expenditure, which is boosted significantly by operational expenditure of a capital nature, but we don't actually end up with that facility or that piece of infrastructure ourselves. And that's quite different. When I've checked through other councils, and I'm happy for Craig to, when he gets a chance, I don't know when he will now, he can't speak, but to correct me, but I've looked at other councils, and I don't think they do it that way. And I think we need to do it a better way and actually just do it the sort of, just go CapEx is our CapEx, and otherwise if it's OpEx, it's OpEx, and I think it distorts the picture a little bit, to be honest. But that's something I'm trying to get to grips with myself, but I think it'd be great to have another session on that and really tease that out, because it's extending a lot further than was planned.
Part of your moving this motion?
Yeah, it is. So that's what I'm sort of signalling in this. Well, I mean, it's not a question, it's a comment. I think we need to get to grips with that and actually tell that story better.
Yeah, firstly, I actually just want to mihi to the team who've pulled this all together. It's pretty mammoth, and it's not always easy for us to understand all of the numbers and all of the narrative that's associated to that. But I ditto the sentiments of Councillor Carruthers as well as Deputy Mayor Jen, who through some very robust, might have felt like a hiding with a feather duster of all of the questions. But those questions actually helped us to unpack and understand some of those higher level numbers that naturally the community, if they just saw them at a glance, unless you're fiscally adept and can understand the volatility and the fluctuations of those finances, it would be easy to sort of ask why the extra FTE, why the this and that, and also to Māori as well, who eloquently, spoke to some of the narrative behind that there's a story behind it all. So, really happy to move the recommendation, acknowledge the work that's been done, and thank you to Deputy Mayor for helping us unpack that, because we've got people online watching too, so those questions would be quite critical. So thank you.
Councillor Correc.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In your opening, you sort of referred to the community survey and the sort of low ranking around financial management. But I think, those people that did participate in that would have it would be a perception, and I think that perception is largely around the continual growth in the rate demand rather than the financial performance of this organisation in terms of the people doing the work here. And so it's more around our spending decisions and the consequences of that, rather than any criticism of the performance of this organisation.
Anyone else want to comment? So my comment, I would absolutely agree, Councillor Correc. I think but in order for those spending decisions to be robust and for us to understand, we need to understand what the operational cost of all of our capital projects are, and we need to always be questioning why it's going up. And so it's not absolutely, our finance team reports what other people spend. They're sitting there, they're reporting. It's not their spend. So I'm very comfortable with that. And it's also, we just need to, my concern is that I'm not feeling that we are working hard enough at improving processes so that we can do things more efficiently as we deliver our capital projects and deliver our service levels to our people. But it's a very complicated financial management that this team of 4 that come and talk to us every meeting have very well in hand, and I absolutely have confidence in that. Sorry, 4, but we must ask the questions, as Jackie said. We must ask those questions, because otherwise we won't get the change that we need, so that people are happier with our spending decisions. But you're dead right. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for the preparing, and also obviously some good challenging questions there. But if you look at it in a snapshot, debt's 200 down. The Treasury metrics are compliant. We've got a rate surplus, which Deputy Mayor's got some ideas on what we do with it, but consultancy costs are trending down, and operating expenditures, being controlled. So I do think, as a snapshot on the positive, that the staff are working hard to deliver on some of the directives we give. Obviously, the capital delivery is down 131 million down, but 90% is not a bad number. It's a good number. I agree with and hearing Marty say that and defend that or state that, I think is really important for this room to hear. And, we look at some of the deference, 15.2 million, which, sits on us as 4%, but then there's 16 million of savings and under budget we've been looking to do. So they're good things. And I suppose the one thing looking forward is that, if we've got that much deferred capital, is, we're going to have to fit it into a program for next year as well. So, and that's going to be consequences. That's going to take staff. That's going to take people to do and deliver. So, but no, I'm really thankful for the report. I think, and happy to. It's a receive, and it's simple, but some good stuff's going on.
Can we put the resolution up, please? So we are resolving that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, 4th quarter financial monitoring. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour and against? Thank you very much. That is carried. 9.3, quarter 4 capital program performance. Pardon? That is? Yeah. Welcome, Alex and Renica.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor, Chair and elected members. It is my pleasure to present to you today the Capital Program Performance Report for the end of the 25-26 financial year. The financial information in the report is aligned to the report you've just received from the finance team, and at the end of the year, the program was comprised of 205 active projects. Overall, the program was tracking at around about 11% under budget against the revised budget, that is. While the majority of the program was going well, remained on track, 9 projects had the overall status of red, and a further 13 projects were on hold, reflecting decisions to either pause projects based on pending further decisions, funding or other dependencies. Both of those on hold and red projects are provided in the report further on. The report also references the cost of stopping report that was done by an independent, it was commissioned by the civic contractors, the Infrastructure New Zealand and the Waters New Zealand. So it just talks about the economic and community impacts of delaying or cancelling infrastructure projects. The other things that are going on for us is improvements around the Program Performance and Insights team. It's our new name. We've moved into the infrastructure and operations area now, and there's some work that we're doing around just trying to get an improvement for oversight and having moved closer to the delivery arm of the business out of the corporate services, and just strengthening that, getting a PPM tool, a portfolio program management tool, to get better performance visibility of the overall program. Thank you, Chair. The report is for monitoring purposes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alex. Any questions? I just had one on, and it was a suggestion, I think, on the community infrastructure risk and opportunities on page 8. Just where you say spaces and places as 2 procurement arrangements to enable good engagement with supply chain. I just wonder, we're going to talk about procurement over time, and I don't know whether these come back into the case studies, but whether an example of one of those 2 projects could be part of the case study we're looking at from a project perspective, unless I'm reading it incorrectly.
Not to disempower Alex, but I know the action you're referring to. This comment is about the panel arrangements. We hadn't planned in the workshop on how we manage projects to go through all the procurement side of that. If you want to include that as well, it'll be quite a lengthy workshop, and I'll have the procurement team to help with that. However, from a spaces and places perspective, there are good panel setups. We have some really functioning panels. We always have some that can improve. The Space and Place one have some smaller delivery partners in that area as well. Is there any specifics you would like me to cover?
No, I saw it as an opportunity. It's been reported as an opportunity, and I thought I don't know the detail, and we've got an opportunity to look at detail in a workshop. So I just wondered if that could be combined. The panels are also something we do quite often comment. Do we understand the procurement through panels? So I'll leave that with you. If it can be incorporated, then it would be good, please.
I will incorporate a high-level overview of where we have panels and how they work, and then you can ask for more detail in a separate forum maybe. That means we can fit it within the action, and you can determine there if it requires further work.
That would be perfect. Thank you very much, Renika. Councillor Taylor, did you?
I was going to ask this question before Glenn does, but just the crematorium project, can someone just let me know where that's at? I thought we'd given that the go-ahead a while ago, and I see it says it's on hold.
The crematorium project is back on the go, but it's not yet completed. Anything more you want to add from
This report reflects to the end of June as well, so if something's changed from then, we're reporting sort of 6 weeks behind. So
No, it was way before June.
Oh, okay, right.
So,
It is in this financial year to be delivered.
thank you.
No other questions? Oh, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, got questions on just a few of the red projects. The Otomotai Rail Bridge footpath renewal has had a bit of a bump. Can you maybe, if I don't know who can speak to it, but just the just sort of says that it's due to multiple stakeholders. It's at risk because of multiple stakeholders and lack of clear internal ownership. It sort of seems like something that we could easily fix, I would have thought. I'm not sure who those stakeholders are that we're having trouble with.
Sorry, not intimately involved in the project, but can give you a bit of an overview. This renewal involves work around a whole heap of the power and other utilities that also cross the bridge at the footbridge location. So that will be that's the main hold-up and main cost risk element in that we're looking at potential need to renew some power assets and some communication assets alongside this.
But through the chair, is that why, like, is the dealing with Powerco and Kiwi Rail and everyone, was that why it was amber in the first place? And have they actively made it red by not supporting what we want to do, or can we unpack that a little bit further, please?
I would have to get you some detail around that. Sorry, I'm not in that detail.
I would like to say that while I'm not across the detail of this specific one, Powerco changed approach with regards to contractors that can work on their assets recently, and that's created a huge backlog that has impacted multiple project delivery aspects. For instance, tying into power for streetlights, for instance, or such. So those issues have impacted across the city and may play a part in this one.
Through the chair, can I add a question then? What does that mean practically? Does that mean we have more hoops to go through, more red tape, to use the government's language, or does that mean we literally have to have a longer time frame, or do we have to pay more money? Like, what's actually happening?
It's not a money question, but Sean can answer the detail.
Yeah, it's a bit of all. There's a lot of waiting in a queue involved in the process. So happy to get you a bit of an overview of what that means. But costs have increased a little bit. However, most of it's waiting in a queue.
At a high level, we've now got a very restricted pool of contractors we can use, and they have a different assessment process, which has generally created a bottleneck, up to 9 months of bottleneck of waiting for a connection request to come through. Happy to take an action offline to talk you through the detail of that, or anyone else who's interested in that.
Okay. No, it's a little worrying. I almost feel myself channeling David Seymour, but I won't. Red tape. The other one was the Western Corridor Wastewater Stage 1, which just stays red, so it hasn't got worse. But can we just, because it's quite a big project, can we just understand what's going on there and why we see lots of bright red around it?
Which page number is that on, please?
That's on page 45 at the very top. It's the top project there. So it's, and for anyone who's listening, it's a budget of 45 million. Sorry, yeah, we have our own agenda, it seems. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I found it now. The Western Corridor Wastewater Stage 1, is that the one you're referring to? Yes. This is linked to the Tutumu conversation that is coming back to you at a later date. We are providing the operational work to tie that in, but the long-term strategy isn't clear. That's where that project sits at a high level. Rest assured, the Opal Drive pump station has completed in this commission, which is part of that daisy chain, and the Wairekai pumping station is now not operational, but is in construction phase. So the work is progressing. It's the longer term plan that needs a bit of work.
Can you, sorry to be a bit dense, but how does the Tutumu thing affect the Western Corridor? Is it that if we have wastewater from Tariko that will...
I'm sorry, I've picked
Oh, okay.
No, that's my mistake. I'm just going to see if there's a Waters representative in the room to help me with this. Otherwise, I'll take an action offline to brief you.
Yeah, no, that'd be fine. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I've got an Australia chorus going through my mind terribly on this. And just in terms of the on hold projects, page 107, attachment 2 of the agenda, talking about the new cremator and the cemetery works, what's the status of that? Why is it still on hold? We had a agenda last week or a couple of weeks ago where we released a few projects and brought in a few projects. What's the status with that?
I believe that's an error in the reporting where it has recently moved off being on hold and is now progressing. It is in this year's budget to be delivered. We're currently storing the new cremator at the cemetery at no additional cost to TCC.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions on digital. So we talked about the reason capital doesn't happen because of governance decision making, but I don't quite understand where on page 33, is it 33, the table on digital services 25-26 projects, safe and secure life cycle. What does that mean? And when did that get delayed because of strategic or governance decision making?
I'll refer to Ken, who's online.
Hi, Ken.
Yes, maybe. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Apologies for being online. As I said, I have some urgent work to do in Christchurch. I did see your note in the Info Council documents, and I did respond to that. I thought the life cycle management is the upgrades of our various platforms, for example, our SAP platform. So every year or two, we will have major upgrades to those platforms, which will include technology advancements and functional advancements. And that's what that particular piece of work relates to. It's not so much a capital program item, it's more an operational expense or renewals expense. So I think that might answer.
Because it's operational, I wondered why the reason given was strategic governance decision making, because that's when it's put to say that it's governance decision making that delayed or advanced a project, we start saying that must have come to us. So is that just, it's not quite right?
I think that's probably a poor use of words in that case. I think you're quite right. It wasn't something that required council sign-off, and so there's probably a rather effusive way of saying that at a much lower level we had decided to move some of our resources around in order to achieve both the program we're running and the life cycle upgrades. We have to manage and balance the capacity for that. So yes, apologies. I don't think there was a council required decision.
And I think it's just something we are, I think, as a council wanting to make sure we take accountability when we've delayed or advanced things. So that is probably a comment that across TCC we might just have to be a bit more careful if we're using that, and therefore plugging it into Susan's pie chart to say, yeah, but council, you slowed us down on that one.
I agree.
Thank you,
Yeah, I agree. We don't want to get into that.
Okay.
Dangerous territory.
So then I've got the next line is de-risking exiting ozone, and we know it's a risk. You've highlighted it as a risk. Again, a comment there that it's governance decision making is the reason for that. So I just want to make sure we're not holding up that. And then you've got your table of what's leaving ozone. So just would be good to have, are you comfortable with the current risk that TCC has of the speed at which we are exiting ozone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I wouldn't say I'm ever comfortable at the speed of risk we're managing, because until I can turn the key off, we have a risk. What I have to do is balance the amount of work that digital can do with the amount of work that the organisation can do, because it's the organisation that's exiting ozone rather than digital. So we manage that very carefully through our steering committees, and we are constantly in communication with the various teams to make sure that we are putting the right level of pressure on them to assist us to move off ozone, whilst being cognizant of the other work that's going on around us and around them. So I think one of the suggestions you made was to look at showing you a risk monitor or risk movement. I know Gary Stewart, the Program Director for Ozone, is in the room. He may even be reluctantly right in front of you.
He is, right.
He may well want to talk to that in a little bit more detail, Gary.
Thank you, Ken. Gary, welcome.
Thank you. So the topic of risk probably sits under two brackets in terms of the ozone platform. One is security, and I think that's going to be talked about in the Audit and Risk Committee coming up. And the other one is really around business continuity. If it stops working at some stage, what risk does that provide the organisation? The one aspect that we've prioritised the most is around anything to do with billing, invoicing, generating revenue and collecting cash. In the last 6 months, we've moved, when we completed the inbound grants and subsidies project, that brought $130 million of revenue from ozone across into SAP, into a safe place. That takes us to just under 85% of the revenue, excluding waters, is now safely in SAP.
Right. And so from a risk perspective, we know we need to get off ozone. You've highlighted the risk, it's not getting worse, and it's at the moment we're progressing as per the plan.
We are, yes.
Great,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Okay, so Councillor Crowther.
Just wanted to check in, I think, for you, Renika, around the closed landfill on Cambridge Road. Am I understanding this correct, that it cost a bit more, like it was budgeted for 0.8 million, it cost 2.3, but we've now actually got that sort of sorted and it is being closed out? Is that the correct interpretation of this?
In short, yes. We overspent relative to budget, but the overspend did come to council in, I think it was my first council meeting. We have managed to complete the project within the money that we had allocated post that decision. The project has finished and is under control as much as a closed landfill ever will be. It covered a small part of the site. only, so.
That's very good to hear. Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay, that's been the end of questions to staff. Thank you very much, Gary, Renika and Alex. We have got a recommendation to receive the report, Q4 year-end capital program performance. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Morris. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Roseboom?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank the team for the letter and feedback that I received regarding the Malemi Street water upgrade. Thank you very much for that. I was prepared for all the questions that came after. Thanks to the transport team for the work on Oropi Road. It was the largest insult on my inbox this year when that was closed for the assessment done, and the work to repair has gone very well. I can now drive through Oropi Road. Also, compliments to the team working on the Gate Park Community Centre. Well done. We're progressing well and looking for opening in December. The community is looking forward to that. For the projects that are actually underway, the winter has been very kind and generous to us, and we're staying on schedule. So we've got a lot done in the winter months we wouldn't normally get done over winter, which is very good to see and hear. But no, my compliments to the major projects team also on all the work they're doing on getting our major projects all lined up. And I know it's a challenging business we've got in front of us in the next coming weeks around aligning 15th Ave and Cameron Road, but best of luck to the team on the major projects as well. It's been good to see around the city and in my end of the city.
Councillor Morris, nothing to say. Any further comment? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I do want to comment on the PowerCo and, those third-party, stakeholder engagements and contracts and everything. I mean, that does give me a real cause for concern. I know our staff will be absolutely doing everything they can to sort that, but it's the kind of thing that no matter what we think of the projects or anything, it's just, we need them to be done efficiently. And if we've got someone out there who's critical to the success of what we're doing and it's making it more challenging, that's a real concern to hear that, and I wasn't aware of it before. All I can say is my empathy to the various project teams, but if there's any high-level stuff that we can do at a governance level, because that's exactly what my understanding is this government doesn't want to be happening, and I'm sure that there aren't any councils who'd want this stuff to be going on, so do let us know if we can help.
If you want to wrap it up, Councillor Roseboom.
I'll just make one quick reply to Councillor Crowther. This is a reflection of my time in the business entity. It was common a fact that what is urgent for me today is not necessarily urgent for my fellow partner, and I think this is a reflection of that. We all have different work schedules and very hard to align, and we don't need to be put far out to be completely off sequence, and I do understand PowerCo is a challenging entity to work with, along with Kiwi Rail.
Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. We've got a resolution on the table. All those in favour? That is carried. Sorry, against? That is carried. And we're now going to have a morning tea break. Please come back at 10 to 12. Eh? I'll go down there with you. How far are you going? Oh, yeah. Hello. Don't come too close. Well, I did yesterday, last night. I got terrible. Welcome back to the City Delivery Committee meeting this Wednesday, the 5th of August. We're now on major project update 9.4.
Good morning, councillors. This is the regular update to the committee on the 3 major transport projects. I'll just do an introduction and run you through the contents of the report and then open it up for questions. The Papamoa East interchange, you'll be aware it's been completed and it's open to the public and staff. We're just in the final stages of closing out. There's 1 or 2 matters that need to be closed out with the contractor, and that's progressing well, and I would expect that that project will be finally closed and removed from reporting here within the next month to 2 months. And then the Tariko enabling works, there's been some discussion earlier today around that. They are being delivered by NZTA, and at present they're progressing well. Traffic management is going very well in terms of congestion and management around that, and it remains forecast to be delivered under budget. There's a component of those works, the Tarakura Drive connection into Belk Road, that's been delivered by a developer out there. That's Element IMF, and that is progressing well as well, and will be delivered in time to meet the timing of the Tauriko enabling works. But probably the key matter for the committee's endorsement and consideration today is the first stage gate for the 15th Ave to Tarat Road project, which is confirming the structural integrity of the Haerini Bridge to support the proposed upgrades. So you may recall that at the last committee meeting we had Becca, who are the bridge consultants who have been doing the work to confirm that. They presented a report to the committee and they confirmed that the current bridge structure is structurally capable of supporting the proposed upgrades. And that includes the additional traffic lane, a clip-on walking and cycling facility, if that is the proposal that is taken forward, and the upgraded services. There's quite a significant water main that goes through there, and there's no need for any sort of significant upgrades to that bridge. Since the last committee meeting, the peer review that we talked about at that meeting has been completed and all matters have been closed out. And we have, as of this morning, received confirmation from the Building Authority that all matters that are required to be dealt with at this stage have been dealt with, and that they will receive an exemption for the bridge, which will need to be considered at the time, but they don't foresee any significant issues with that. So all matters for the confirming that gate has been met have been completed. So just in terms of there were a couple of other questions that were raised by the committee in the last meeting, and then one that's come out subsequently. One was in relation to whether consideration had been given to a full new bridge, so that was with lanes of traffic, walking and cycling facilities. We've addressed that in the report, but just to confirm that was considered, so that's a whole new structure, and it was ruled out largely as a result of cost. It was the indicative costs at the single stage business case phase were in the order of around 300 million, so significantly more than what's proposed for this project. And in addition, so those costs are largely come about because of the need for the tie-ins at both ends, which would require additional land. It's also, from a construction perspective, quite complicated, and there is a need for a sort of a long tie-in, particularly at the 15th Ave end of the bridge. And there are a number of resource consents that would be required for the structure to be located within within the coastal marine area, but also just in terms of the causeway there as well, and how the tie-ins occur. So that was ruled out at that stage. The other question that was raised was a comparison between the Chapel Street and the Haerini Bridge and the structural and seismic integrity. The details of that are included in the report, but while it is difficult, given that the bridges are quite different, to do a like-for-like comparison, based on the prior assessments, Becca has re-looked at those prior assessments and the assessments that have been undertaken recently, and the Chapel Street Bridge is considered to have a higher earthquake risk and much lower seismic resilience than the Haerini Bridge, so it's quite a different structure. And then the other matter that has been raised subsequently was in relation to the fast track application for the Turret Road Aged Care Facility, which is going on the old campground, so it directly accesses onto 15th Ave. Onto Turret Road. So the question was raised around the potential impacts of that on this project. The project team is aware and knows and has factored in the implications of that site being considerably more dense and having a lot more traffic coming off it. Council has put in a submission into the early proposal, so it's not actually in fast track yet. It is moving towards being in fast track. There's been an application made, but through our council team we have put in comments on the early proposal, and the team is also going to be meeting with those developers to discuss what their proposals are for that intersection and how that would interface both from a construction perspective and a long-term access perspective with the 15th Ave to Turret Road project. So those were the matters that we were just drawing out in the report, and just open now to any questions.
Thank you very much, Jane. Any questions? Councillor Kurak.
So, in respect of this fast track for the healthcare development, is there potential for the government to say no purely because of the impact on this project?
There is potential for the government to say no. I don't know that it would be purely because of the impact on this project. It's actually, so first of all, it needs to be accepted by the fast track panel, so they will make a decision around that, and it may not meet that stage gate, it may not meet the criteria, some of which is the significance of the project. And then, as you say, even if it is accepted and goes through that process based on the submissions that are made, there is an option for a minister to refuse that. But I couldn't say whether it would be purely on the basis of this project.
Any other questions? Councillor Crowther.
Have we looked at the risk, in terms of the overall project goals? So just sort of looking at the original single-stage business case and what it's trying to achieve, and the BCR and the time benefits that factor into that. If we have to put something in there to cater for what I understand could be hundreds to thousands of extra traffic movements compared to what was initially thought, do we understand what that risk looks like at this stage?
It'd be fair to say at this stage the options are still being developed, so we haven't done a detailed assessment around that in terms of what that would impact would be. It would largely depend on the intersection and the interface form and what that would require. And so, as has been noted, I think they're very early in their stage of the development, and They haven't formed a view yet in terms of exactly what that intersection form and treatment would be, which would then generate the assessment in terms of the impact on the corridor and what that would mean in terms of the travel time. So that's a down the line and not something that we've incorporated at this point.
Through the chair, do we know the number of units that are going to be there? Is that in their application that we've responded to? And if so, what scale are we talking about?
Yeah, I think it's 230 units circa is what's been indicated
And it's
across that
aged
site.
care, which means there'll be lots of movements in and out, more than a normal sort of like a normal house or apartment type of thing, I presume.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, in district plans, I could ask Sarah too, but aged care has a lower traffic movement allocated to it than other facilities because of the nature of the residents who are in there.
Yeah, I think I'd just sort of flag that through the chair as a bit of a high risk thing for our council then, because the reality in the disability sector is that there's such constraints there at the moment, and the model has shifted that it does lead to incredibly high movements in some places. So, but well, let's see how that pans out. My other question was, in terms of the overall project, I guess it's just sort of a sense check at this stage. So the bridge was always the thing that would be sort of like the stop-go. So we've sort of got to go. But when you look at where everything's sitting in terms of our risks and benefits, are we likely, putting aside this little curveball that's come in with the aged care facility, are we now thinking we're sort of on track in terms of the plan for the various intersections and the overall benefits that were shown in the business case? Is there anything to sort of indicate we've deviated from that business case outcome?
So the next phase of design is part of confirming that. So that's what is being worked through at the moment. And there are options that are being considered, and as part of the funding application to NZTA, we need to confirm that the benefits that were identified in the single stage business case remain for this project in order for it to receive funding. So that is front and centre of the work that will be occurring over the next, the remainder of this year, as well as designing the project.
Councillor Correc. Then Councillor Baker, then Councillor Crowther.
So I know somewhere in the report it refers to the actual tidal flow, whether it's going to work or not, but that would be subject to final detailed design to bring into account everything to make a final judgment on whether it would benefit.
Yes.
Okay. Also notice there's reference to there might be additional land required at both ends of the bridge. I'm thinking the city end, sure, but on the other end, would there be?
Would that be for a potential future bridge under that option that was outlined,
or in context of that of the new bridge? That's right.
That's only if you do we've put that in there. That's if you do the 4-lane. Full new bridge. There isn't land requirement for what is proposed in the current project.
Yeah. But even if it was a new bridge on the southern end, there would be no real land purchase requirement, would there? Correct. Yeah. Cool.
Councillor Baker.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for the report. I kind of think some of my questions have been answered, so sorry if you end up having to repeat yourself. Yeah, I've got a number of scattered kind of questions, so I've quickly tried to consolidate them into a couple. But in summary, and I'll just read it so hopefully it makes sense to you, does the full life economic benefit sufficiently exceed the capital and operating cost to produce a BCR comfortably above 1? And is this the best transport investment available for that funding? That's a flash way of trying to ask all the 7 questions I had in this document right now.
The short answer is yes. So that was particularly a key part of the business case assessment, to review the benefits associated with the capital investment cost. So at that point, there was certainly a benefit cost ratio which was well above 1. And I think to the previous point that Jane made, that's a key point, continuing through this next phase of concept development, and particularly looking at some of the more detailed design options, ensuring we continue to deliver against those benefits is going to be a key theme of the next phase. But yes, it has been assessed, and yes, the concept does have a benefit cost ratio above 1.
Just then 2 supplementary questions. Second is, it's probably, this one's definitely a question on behalf of residents, because I've heard several times, whether direct to me via email or in public settings, never mind investing money into Welcome Bay, invest into fixing Turret Road. So if we wanted the full 300 mil kind of Rolls-Royce version, is what is potentially proposed to be invested into Welcome Bay for its transport projects able to get us the buffer we need to get the Rolls-Royce version? Perhaps someone else can answer that unless you can.
And it may be that's one transport question, but the other part of it is whether it would meet the benefits sufficiently to receive the NZTA 50% FAR. So while there may be an ability to do that, and I'll leave that with our transport colleagues to speak about, one of the reasons through the business case why the other was ruled out is that it was unlikely from a prioritisation perspective to receive that 50% FAR through the NZTA funding model.
So I'll my time to jump in. So just to confirm, sorry, Rolls-Royce version, are you speaking about a 4-lane bridge?
Yes.
So realistically, 4-lane bridge, you're probably looking around 150 to 200 million more than what you currently have. The projects that we're planning to spend out of the rest of transport budget and Welcome Bay equate to, at an absolute max, 5 million. So it is an absolute order of magnitude. You wouldn't even get design done, I don't think, for what we're building.
Very helpful answer, thank you. And lastly, if not today, how quickly can we get a start date on construction?
It's currently programmed to occur or to commence towards the end, the latter part of next year. But in terms of confirming an actual start date, there's a number of factors around that. First is obviously completing the design, but the second is running through the implementation funding application with NZTA, and that can take about 3 months from when the application is lodged. So at this stage, while we are programming to commence the construction towards the end of next year, it would be premature of me to say we're going to start on this date. We are, though, considering whether there is the opportunity to do some early works, and the project is looking at that, and that will be worked through over the next few months to understand where those opportunities arise, both from a reduction or a sort of preemptive works in relation to disruption, but secondly also to make use of project funding.
Got Councillor Crowther, then not Councillor Schuler, then Councillor Correc, and then Councillor Jackie.
We like the ring of that, eh? You've got the 2 risks there under key risk on page, better get the proper page number, 122, which are the confirming the tidal flow will work. So we've got the bridge will work, but will the tidal flow? And then if that's okay, then you've got the safety at the side streets, which presumably could be this aged care facility could be the same kind of thing there, really. It's a safety issue for crossing 2 lanes of traffic. But I guess you've also got like an opportunity there for the separate walking cycling structure, but it's not presented as a risk, and I would imagine anything with foundations is a risk, which again gets me back, and I know we've kind of probably got slightly different views on this, but I think from a governance point of view, we should be able to see what that risk register looks like, or what the list of key risks are, because we get little glimpses, but they're very big risks for our city, and I suppose it would be very helpful if that could happen. And is that possible? When is that possible? And in particular, when will we get the initial look at that delivery strategy with its risks, just to confirm, are we on track for later this year for that? Because that's fundamental to the whole thing.
At this stage we are, yes. We have spoken, I think, Councillor Crowther, around you having an opportunity to have a look at and visit the project team to understand in more detail some of those aspects, and that offer remains and will be available later in the year. And those risks are being worked through, if you like, the risk register. It is being worked up at the same time as the design, and understanding those and what the options are. But also, just to be clear, that the options and the design and the reasoning for recommending certain design components will be brought back to council for endorsement and decision as part of this process, and will be consulted on with the public.
Basically, anyone who's interested, we could maybe meet with the team and just look at some of those risks.
Yes, subject.
So
yes.
I'm thinking of Councillor Courik as the Transport
Yes,
Committee Chair.
and we can arrange. We can let you know when is the appropriate time for you to do that.
I just wonder, just in terms of, we are very aware of needing to ensure our risks are managed well. Just that comment of yours just then, Jane, in terms of it, how the risks are managed at this stage and will be managed, would probably be quite useful in the report.
We can certainly provide you with some comment on that in the next update.
Yeah, just like not specifics, but just the fact that a process exists and
absolutely
would be really sensible to
yes,
include.
And there was a full risk register for the project, but it is updated, and as we move through that, it will continue to be managed during the construction phase.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing to add. Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
I must have bumped the queue a bit, Councillor Courik, but that's okay. And I'm actually wanting to move over to Tauriko West. Were you talking? Yep.
Councillor Courik.
Thank you. So further to Councillor Baker's desire for a gold-plated solution, but you know, is that the term you use or something similar? Yeah. Your desire for it, and I can understand a lot of people would prefer that, because the tidal flow solution is, there's a bit of uncertainty around that, but I've always seen the capacity constraints around, up on 15th Avenue to be largely insurmountable, and that's got to be factored in. Is that a consideration? See, if you build the extra bridge there and increase capacity there, then you'd have to address upstream, or do you take into account the new 15th Avenue, the on-ramp onto the northern, and take that into account too? Or, can you give us a bit more information on that, what you have to consider?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that your point is 100% correct. The corridor constraints in terms of traffic flows, it's not just the bridge, it's the rest of the network, and particularly 15th Ave and its intersections with Fraser Street, Cameron Road. So to deliver a larger scale, or I guess an enhanced travel time benefit for the network as a whole, it's not just a new bridge, as you say, it's also other significant changes along 15th Ave, potentially, or other network constraints. So, and that would, again, going back to the business case, those options were assessed, not necessarily at a granular level, but at a high level, and I think that's where the preferred option of where the current concept came from. Obviously, talked about the life of the existing assets and the different costs associated. Effectively, you've got a new structure in a 4-lane, or you've got the existing proposed solution, which has been assessed as the most appropriate value for money solution. If you look to fundamentally change that at this point in time, you would be fundamentally, effectively going back and restarting the business case process as well. It would, as just another note, just in terms of the process, if we continue to, I guess, look at those alternatives. I think Sean might just have another comment there.
Yeah, I might just to put it a little bit into perspective and doing some rough numbers. So understand that the tidal flow isn't ideal from a compared to a 4-lane solution. However, just looking at nationally what there is serviced by tidal flow, there's Whangaparoa in Auckland, which is serviced by a tidal flow system. Now, at a quick bit of research, that population is around 35,000 people, which is over double of what this bridge services from a Welcome Bay Harini perspective. At a real quick look, and now some people might say that project, that community has been screaming out for a long time, and central government are currently building a toll road at a very vast expense to service that community further. But we have quite a long way until these communities are at that growth level.
Kia ora, thank you. Just going back to Tauriko West, or rather initiating the conversation around that one. And I'm curious, so this is kind of a double question, double barrel one, and it's around the report actually identifying NZTA funding approval in 2027 as a program risk, and subsequently what we've kind of heard, that confirmation around construction funding hasn't actually been allocated through the RONS program or through the National Land Transport Fund, particularly for Tauriko West around the construction, which I know is a few years out, but just wondering whether or not that puts a change on Council's assessment of program risk or the timing assumptions that's kind of underpinning that particular project. So there's that part, because also there's the report notes the opportunities for Tauriko West around growth opportunities, housing, employment, land and supporting infrastructure. So if that funding is potentially going to be delayed, what might be the implications of those opportunities? And I guess I perceive it as a real risk given, for example, TNL2 has literally gone on hold now as a result of that decision. So I'm just wondering what assessments have been done.
Yeah, I can speak to that one briefly. So what we're reporting on, so effectively there's the 2 projects which are happening in Tauriko. So what this project that we're delivering is what we call the enabling works, which is a council funded, and it's being delivered from a contractual perspective from NZTA, but effectively it's a council-led project primarily around enabling access into the development area. So the majority of the land development in the Tauriko West residential area is enabled by this current project, which is fully implementation funded and progressing well. So once this project is completed mid-next year, that will then enable the land development in the Tauriko West area, or the majority of the land development in that area, to progress so that's not reliant on future NZTA funding decisions. I think the other project you've referred to there in terms of the Tauriko RONS project, or the other State Highway 29 and 29A upgrade, that is a subsequent NZTA project which is at a much earlier stage, looking at offline state highways through that area. Part of the benefits of that are to support continued growth, both within the residential area and the longer term business state development. But in terms of those first stage deliverables and the land development that's currently planned and progressing, that is effectively enabled by the project, which is already fully implementation funded and delivered. And NZTA are probably best to speak to the longer term RONS program, because that sits outside of our remit.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just want to circle back to the bridge. I'm quite uncomfortable with the fact that we're looking at this as a sort of a second choice. I know Councillor Baker called it a Rolls Royce, but I think everyone would probably agree that the ideal solution would be a new bridge, especially when I look at clause 19 here. It's saying that potentially we get 35 years out of this, and noting that this existing bridge would likely be vulnerable to an earthquake event. So my question, a couple of them. Do you think we've got the cost right on this? Because if I look on Google and say the Te Aro Peka Peka Bridge in Hamilton, 166 million, which was a pretty significant piece of kit, probably 3 times bigger than this bridge would be my guess. So that sort of, have we got the cost right? And then are we doing something that's going to be subjective to potential earthquake risk? That would a new bridge actually resolve that problem, or would it still have the same sort of earthquake risk?
So I think there's two things there. One is the cost of the actual bridge is, I think, from memory, around the 160, 170 million dollar figure. It is the land acquisition, on 15th, it's likely that to accommodate the tie-ins of 4 lanes coming in there, that you would need to do significant widening along Turret Road itself. So there's quite significant works that would be required along that end to accommodate a new bridge coming in. So that's where the additional costs come in from, and bearing in mind that they are indicative costs, well, slightly more than indicative, but they are based on estimates, because they were for the purposes of determining whether it was something that could be taken forward in the business case phase. So, and then I'll ask Chris to talk to the 35-year life, if you like, in terms of how that's managed and why that's like that. But it's not just putting a bridge and then the other ends. It's all of the other works that are required, particularly at the 15th Ave end, to accommodate having a significantly greater capacity, if you like, coming in along that bridge.
Sorry, just for clarification, I accept what you said and what everyone said about the capacity. I'm talking more about the longevity and the potential risk from earthquake as my main.
Yeah, so I think obviously we're all aware the existing Haureni Bridge is an old structure. I think and so the 35-year plus time frame that's noted in the report, that's based on effectively the residual asset life of the existing bridge if we didn't do anything to it. The assessment that we've undertaken as part of the structural capacity assessment and as per the current preferred concept is, if we go and do make these proposed changes, does that change the residual life of that existing structure? And effectively the assessment has said no. That's largely so the 35 years is an existing constraint on that existing structure. Again, something that was looked at through the business case. So the proposed concept that we've landed on looks to utilise those existing assets and effectively provide a capacity upgrade within that existing environment, noting that there are existing limitations on that existing bridge, both from a risk perspective in terms of seismic, and obviously it is an ageing structure which has a limited residual life. That was assessed against effectively a new structure, which would have additional resilience, additional asset life, but also comes at a significantly higher cost. And so that was effectively the assessment that was previously done, and weighing up those options at the business case phase. That was where we've landed on the current concept of upgrading the existing structure and effectively accepting the residual life and risks associated with that existing structure is is the current concept as per the endorsed business case, and going back and re-looking at that further effectively would be reopening a business case approach, which would be an extensive process and going back potentially to square one.
So just, is there anything we can do in this with renovating the existing bridge that would give it a better seismic ability for earthquakes?
Yeah, and so again, I'm not a structural engineer, but the assessments that we've done, we are looking at doing some improvements, particularly there's some pile wrapping, there's some other cathodic protection, I think, which we outlined in the previous report, which are recommended as part of the current project to extend the life of the existing structure. There are ongoing maintenance components. Again, with existing structures, there's an assessment in terms of the residual asset life, but when you get to the end of that point in time, potentially there's other opportunities to do. So we have looked at what is appropriate as part of the current, while we're there and doing works on the existing structure. Are there other things we can do, which we are incorporating? Potentially there are other maintenance type opportunities for those existing structures, which would come through asset management type reviews over time as well. So there are options, and like we say, this is an assessment at a point in time. As that, moving forward, I imagine there'd be ongoing residual asset life assessments of that bridge, etc. as well, as that potentially approaches the end of its residual life.
Councillor Crowther.
Going sort of up a bit of a level to the sort of big picture, I guess, like prefacing it with that, I'm not questioning what you've just said about that, because I agree. Like most of the cost of the project is 15th, and it's changing curbs and doing all sorts of things, and it's looking at a multimodal approach and all that. But notwithstanding that, we've got in the business case that between 2033 to 43, under various growth scenarios, a fourth lane might be needed for the off-peak. And it talks at the business case of 15 to 20 years' time. The bad case scenario, which probably won't happen because of low growth, would be 7 years from now. So it's getting a little bit more pressing. And so I've got two questions. One is, have you got that sort of factored into everything? And secondly, probably more importantly, have you looked at the scenario planning for the Tauriko, the big Tauriko project, the RONZ projects, under two scenarios? One is if stage 3 goes first, which for anyone listening is the State Highway 29A upgrade, which could get people to the same endpoint, like basically get to the Haureni roundabout. They've got two options that you could say. One is to go 15th Ave, the other one is to go around 29A. So that's one scenario there. The other scenario is that it doesn't go ahead, and based on current government talk, it's still 2040s for that. So, and with both those things factored in, are you confident that, sure, we go ahead, do this and upgrade 15th, but do you also need to have another project which is saying redo the bridge? Totally separate project.
Yeah, I'll cover that in two responses. So the first in terms of the residual, because I think when we talk about residual life, I think you've noted there's two components there. One is what is the residual kind of structural life of the assets, and then there's how does that actually, what's the level of service impacts over time, and as you say, I think that we've done some additional transport modelling around that, and to demonstrate that, again, that risk that was identified in the business case of do you need a fourth lane sooner rather than later, the reality of that is, additional modelling has said we don't need that in the short to medium term. So that has been looking to address that risk that was identified in the business case and effectively satisfied that we don't anticipate we're going to need a fourth lane through there in that kind of time horizon. The other component in terms of have we scenario tested interface with the Tauriko RONZ program, We haven't at this point in time explicitly, because of the uncertainty around the timings, particularly of delivery, and also, but noting those interfaces, we're also working in collaboration with NZTA around future network strategic planning, and they are currently undertaking a strategic study around the Tauranga strategic urban network. So those kind of considerations get picked up we anticipate will get picked up in those strategic studies in terms of, and obviously from a modelling perspective, we're contributing to that through our joint transport model that Sean might be able to point to further as well.
I would like to add a comment on the total picture. While from a project perspective, 4-laning might be desirable, we have limited funding overall within TCC, and Tauranga is the battle of the bridges, where maybe we would like to leave some money for Chapel Street Bridge or others. I just thought I would lift the wider context. Sean, is there anything else you would like to add?
Yeah, that was just what I was going to add, and it works for even improvements of, although we'd love 4 lanes on this bridge, that would likely wipe out our transport budget for any improvements over multiple years. So although we all want a really easy, good solution, it likely would have other impacts on us being able to deliver any solution for other elements of the community.
That's the end of the questioning. To staff, Hautapu is happy to move the motion, which is going to get on the board in a minute. That we receive the report Major Project Update Transport and endorse the 15th Ave to Welcome Bay design to progress through Gateway 1. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Kurak, thank you. Councillor Baker, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just quickly, appreciate staff's answers. I've found them helpful and informative. So thank you for that, and be good to, in plain English, provide a bit of an update to the community on what progressing through Gate 1 looks like and stuff like that, so we just bring them along the journey.
Thank you, and I think that's a good comment about the comms. Councillor Kurak, do you want to speak now or later? Yeah, I can see you, Councillor Schuler, but I've got the seconder who speaks first.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Very good, wide vision.
If I can say, when you start looking at the longer lens in terms of 35 years plus, you just don't know what's going to happen in the meantime in terms of transport solutions. And one thing that comes to mind is robo-taxis. We could all be moving around robo-taxis that can follow each other by millimetres and move quicker through corridors, or more buses that are all automated.
More biking.
Oh, yeah, wow, I don't know about that. Good idea. But yeah, you can't look out too far and make probably more sensible spending decisions in the meantime.
Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for waving for so long. Just on your acute angle here. Look, I think appreciate what the staff's done here, and I like the direction they're requesting and suggesting. And I suppose the other part about the longer term, we've all discussed things like, and we know that traffic flow over that bridge is heavily influenced by people going to school across the other side. So, as a community, we can look as our population grows, and a school and a supermarket on the other side will massively influence the amount of traffic that needs to go over that bridge. So I think we're just very happy with where this is heading, and there'll be other options for the city in the future, including biking and buses and schools and supermarkets.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you to staff for that, and I will avail myself of that opportunity. I'll probably get to the end and knock off a few things off my worry list, which will be quite helpful for my mind. But I'm just going to address really us around the table here in terms of our role in terms of transport. And I think, as I said before, and I know it was not taken well when I said it, but I still think we're not on top of the transport issues in the city. And as I said last time, I'm not talking to staff, I'm talking to people around this table who make the decisions. And I think we need to get on top of what's happening with those government-funded projects and understand that if we do nothing around public transport improvements, which is kind of what we've been doing and are planning to continue to do, then we will need to do something at some point, not we, whoever replaces us after we're tossed out for not doing anything, they will need to do something around transport. And that, as Sean has said, is incredibly expensive stuff. And for me, the number one project we've got to look at is that 29A upgrade. And we need to be far more active. And if the Mayor was here, I'd be giving him his instructions to lobby hard to get that brought forward. Irrespective of any regional deals or anything else, it's ultimately government funding that's tight as anything, but that's the critical project. And the 29A upgrades along that network are critical. Connecting Mount Maunganui is critical, and all those things, if they don't happen, they will just overload 15th Ave corridor. We know that from the modelling. We know that from what everyone's said for years and decades in Tauranga. All the old people who used to work at this council know that. And so we're doing nothing on that. This is a great project. I support it. Staff are hopefully under control with it. We'll get a bit of a closer look. That's fine. I think it's a good decision to grab the funding from the government. I don't see any problem with it because the most of that cost is in the 15th Ave upgrade, a multimodal upgrade. Great. But the issue is we will have to do something with that bridge if we don't do something else. And it's up to us to do it. That's our role, is to take that lead. And I personally think Chapel Street Bridge is a huge issue. It's a big risk for the city if it goes out, because it is a higher risk, and it's really reassuring to see that Haureni is not in that same category, then I think we have to be able to do the resilience work on that, or to at least have the planning done for it, so we know if something happens, we have something in our drawer that we can pull out and actually implement to deal with that. And that's going to cost money, but we have to get on top of all that stuff, and I think we're just missing the boat on a lot of this. So the project's great. In terms of major projects, hopefully they're going on track, but in terms of the big picture, I think we really need to look at, shouldn't public transport improvements be in our major projects? It used to be effectively de facto there, and we have overseen the gutting of that budget, and we have to make a choice here at some point soon.
Councillor Taylor, then Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
I'll be reasonably quick because I've probably talked too much already. Just want to acknowledge staff's work on this. It's a difficult situation, and there's lots of trade-offs that have to be made to get these projects across the line and going, and the bridge is probably a great example of some of the things that we can't fix because we haven't got the money. So acknowledge what staff have done, and I think we'll get a good result out of this, and it might not be perfect, but better than what we have right now.
I'll be quick too. It was more just I resonate with Councillor Carruthers' sentiments as well, that sometimes we look at these projects under TSP in isolation, and yet the further corridor project where they potentially are implicated could have a downstream effect on the immediate works that we're trying to look at now. So it would be quite useful, and I'm sure our transport teams are all over the TSP and what that looks like. But yeah, it would be, you know, there's a lot happening in the TSP space, and so to understand what some of those downstream or down road corridor issues might be implicated by some of those things that are potentially going on hold.
And there is a TSOF report coming to the City Futures Committee on the 18th of August, which is open, so you could come and listen there.
Councillor Baker, did you want to close?
Yeah, just in closing, I acknowledge what you have to say, Councillor Crowther. I'll put my hand up and say that I'm probably not, well, I'm not across this transport like you are, but I would absolutely welcome and invite an after dark, uncensored, unapologetic version of your views on the matter. If your claims are true, then I'm keen to be brought along that journey, but comments around this table that lead to nowhere are just comments, and I'd be keen to see some action, and I'll personally attend anything that you'd be prepared to put together, so get on that same waka as you.
So we've got a mover and a seconder for the resolution on the table. All those in favour and against? That is carried. Thank you very much. We've got a item that's 9.7, which we're going to do at 1 o'clock. It might be at 1:10, so I think we're going to take a lunch break now till 1:10. So we'll see you all back then. being able to miss those other reports. Wrong glasses. And so I invite Darren Kneeson from Audit New Zealand and Catherine and Marin, apologies. So I think, Catherine, you're going to introduce and then pass it on to Daryl.
Yes, so just to quickly introduce, Council requested that we look at the length of the annual report, and we've come back with a proposed simplified format, focusing just on the required material. The draft presented has been subsequently discussed with audit, and there was a desire to have just the high-level financials at the beginning rather than right at the end, and audit has come back with some advice regarding the audit standard requirements to make sure that the financial report is clear, the part that's been audited. So we just it does mean there'll be some proposed change to that draft that we've got in front of you, but we'll just let Daryl talk through some of their perspectives just so you understand where he's coming from.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. Firstly, I'm Daryl, I'm the audit manager on the audit. I'd like to briefly explain audit's view on the proposed presentation of the financial statements within the annual report. As we understand it, the proposal is to present the primary financial statements, being the statement of financial position, statement of comprehensive revenue expense, and statement of changes in equity and cash flows in the front section of the annual report, while presenting the notes to the financial statements in a separate section later on in the annual report. Firstly, I'd like to emphasise that audit understands and supports Council's objective of making the annual report more accessible and easier for readers to navigate. The concern we are raising is about ensuring that the financial statements remain a complete, clearly identifiable and a cohesive audited set of information. The key point is that the notes are not supplementary information. They are an integral part of the financial statements, and the standard requires that an entity presents all components of a complete set of financial statements with equal prominence. The primary financial statements provide a high-level summary of Council's financial position and performance. However, they don't tell the full story on their own. The notes provide the detailed disclosures and explanations necessary for proper understanding of the amounts presented. Our concern is that if the primary financial statements appear in one part of the annual report and the notes appear much later, particularly with other narrative sections in between, some readers may conclude that the financial statements end with the primary financial statements and that the notes are simply supplementary information. That may not be Council's intention, but it is a potential risk from a user's perspective. A further consideration is that the primary financial statements contain note references to information contained in the notes. If those notes are located elsewhere in the report, the links between the two need to remain very clear and easy for readers to follow. From an accounting and audit perspective, our preferred approach would be for the primary financial statements to be immediately followed by the notes. That approach presents the financial statements as one complete and cohesive audited section and is generally regarded as best practice. However, if Council wishes to proceed with the proposed layouts, we are not saying that this is necessarily prohibited. What we are saying is that safeguards would be required to ensure that there is no ambiguity about what forms part of the audited financial statements. Those safeguards would include clearly identifying the financial statements and notes as one section of the annual report, including explicit wording on the primary financial statements that the accompanying notes form part of the financial statements, providing clear page references to the notes, and maintaining strong cross-referencing throughout the document, and also ensuring that the audit report clearly identifies the full page range of the audited financial statements, including the notes. Thank you. So if there are any questions?
Thank you for that. Councillor Carrack.
Thank you. So is this a common thing with other councils in the area? And if not, perhaps we can get started.
You're a bit quiet, Rick.
Is this a problem with other council annual reports.
No, all other councils that we've seen show them all together as one cohesive set of audited financial statements.
So is it appropriate just to get a response from TCC?
So we have traditionally kept them together at the back. The draft that was presented to this, attached to this report, was to respond to the Mayor's request that in that first 30 pages, it's limited in what we cover, but we should have the financial statements in there as part of core information. So the first draft of that separated the two. There are other options around just having a copy of one or two of those financial statements in the front, but keeping the full financial report at the back, as we have always done. So there are options, but I was just pointing out that in what we did in response to those requests, we haven't quite achieved that outcome of a full, coherent set of financial report.
So I would, unless there are, well, I'll say it and then ask if there are objections. So it is possible, I think, a couple of comments that you made, Daryl, we need it to be easy for readers to follow. Actually, our suggestions were trying to make it easy for readers to follow, so it's depending what type of reader you are. We also know that there's not a whole lot of downloads of this off our website, so we haven't got a whole lot of readers. You also said no ambiguity, and we're quite happy with that. And identifying that notes are part of the financial statements, that there's good cross-referencing, and that we clearly identify the pages in what's been audited. And I think those are things we can definitely do. My suggestion is that if we can't find a solution this time to meet the Mayor's request, and I supported that of having at least a very brief part of our financial statements in the front and then the whole lot at the back. I wouldn't say I'm quite happy repeating a couple of the SOCRA table and debt table at the front, or a dashboard at the front and all of them at the back. So I'd be happy to suggest that we will work with the finance team and the auditors to make sure we get something that meets their needs and as close to our needs as possible, if people are happy with that. Councillor Crowther.
I'd never understood that there would be any chance of us not having them all in together at the back. I thought it was just a matter of highlighting certain things in the front, and that there would be a short version of the annual report which people could pick up. And I'd always wondered about, having read some of those notes, they're critically important. So are we now saying we would not have two versions, but we would still try to bring some of it forward? Or are we agreeing with Audit New Zealand that it can just stay intact? Because it seems important we understand what we're going to do.
I think we stay intact. It might be that there's a dashboard of the financials up in the first 30 pages, or that there are just two tables we put up there, but I'm not going to try to decide this around the table. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just a comment, and the Mayor's not here unfortunately because it was his idea, but I think that was his point, is that previously we've had snapshots and bits and pieces of information at the front of the report, and his idea was we actually brought the real information forward. So
it is.
I don't know that having another snapshot is going to achieve what he's looking for.
I think we're just working out what the snapshot is. So if this could come back to the finance working group if people are happy, and we report back on how much of which the Mayor sits at, we report back on which of the objectives are met. Councillor Crowther.
Can I ask a question of all of us? Like, is this really something we want to have elected members and staff spend time on, or is this, do we just let it go through? Because my view now, now that I've, your view has coincided with mine probably, that I thought, well, maybe just don't touch it. And I'm sort of thinking, if we're not going to touch that stuff anyway, it's just a matter of getting the narrative right, which is something I raised in a previous agenda item. So I guess if there's a discussion time to figure that out before we say yes or no, it would be good.
At the end of the day, we need to meet Audit New Zealand requirements. So, Councillor Crowther, we will meet Audit New Zealand requirements.
Well, my question, which I guess is rhetorical unless you allow a discussion on it, is do we want to do anything more? Do we just say that's the end of this matter and we'll just do the annual report sort of fairly standard, but just really beef up the narrative to be crystal clear?
I haven't closed down discussion. Your
I thought your question was, do we just...
I asked around
Do
the
we have a
table
work-
if people were happy with that. If you're not, then
Yeah,
off you
I
go with your
prefer not to
discussion.
go to the working group with it.
Does anyone else have further discussion at this table on it?
Yeah, like from our perspective, from the preparers, we're quite happy to put a couple of those key pages in the front with a reference to a full set down the back, if that's going to make life easier for the mayor and everyone else. But that's, yeah, we're happy to do that, and we can summarise the balance sheet so it's briefer, you know, as in our summary document. So I'm fine with that. That'll work for us.
That's a great suggestion from me. We're happy with that. So just in... Craig.
If I could, am I right, Daryl, that the notes are about 80 pages?
They are quite lengthy. I'm not sure on the exact how many pages, but they are quite lengthy.
So I did want to put this in context in terms of Councillor Glenn's absolutely right. There's a number of important notes, but there's a lot of notes, and 80 pages. The thing I wanted to add, I think Marin's on the right track from a officer's perspective, but I think, you know, forming a clear link between what's in the front and what's in the back as full detail is really important.
I think the
So that-
cross-referencing that we are required to do, yeah.
Yeah, but we are talking about a lot of pages, just so that everybody understands.
So are we comfortable based, can we just put the recommendation up and see it before we put it on the table, whether that covers off, before we move, well, I asked for a mover, I'm just going to make sure, so if we do take your suggestion, Marin, and of that, is that allowed for in here?
Yeah, we've got that in under the... yeah, we've got that on, I think...
Yes?
No, we're not, it's not in there at the moment, that we would...
No, but does this allow, because this just says we'll get there'll be a report to this committee on the 15th September and that the full design version will become to October. So on the direction you have received, to me, this covers it. Do you have any issues with it, Craig?
Yes, I'd like to add that the solution ultimately agreed complies with Audit New Zealand requirements. I'd like to add that, please, to the resolution. Yes.
So let's have it as a new D. I think before D, the annual report will meet all requirements of Audit New Zealand. And then D becomes E. I mean, that should be obvious, but yeah, let's put it in, as you're here. No, that's just going to be just exactly that, because that is an actual...
Just a question,
No.
Chair.
Yes.
So, but is that simple as retaining all the statements and notes together at the back and just have a simplified financial summary to the front? I mean, is that where we'd get to? Because then we could just say that.
That's what we've agreed. It doesn't need to be in here because we know that that's what's going to be presented for us and presented in September and in October. Direction has been given. But we're just allowing for the fact if it ends up not meeting the needs of Audit New Zealand, then we have to go back to what we've currently got. I don't want to come back if it doesn't. But that's something you can discuss. Okay, I'm happy to move this motion. Have I got a seconder? Thank you. Nice to meet you, Daryl. Seconded by Councillor Baker. I have, this is something that Mayor Mahe has been keen to, this is part of trying to make our financials more transparent, trying to ensure that the financials which are significant for our organisation are shared with our people, but done in a way that actually makes them easier to read, easier for our readers to follow, in Daryl's words, with no ambiguity. So, and I think I'm very happy with the direction we have to given in regard to that. Anyone else make a comment? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'd like to have a couple of action points for seeing the staff ask for feedback on it. One was for the Western Bay Regional Deal, where it talks about on page, doesn't seem to have a page, why? 23 of our document, I don't know. Yeah, 23 of the attachment, I guess, that it talks about 4.6% average annual economic growth over the past decade. To make it clear that's a target in the deal. You can also keep the statement that it's a historical figure, but it should be.
Hang on, who's recording? Or will somebody go back and find these? Yep. Okay.
But it should explicitly say for Tauranga Western Bay, because otherwise it will be misinterpreted as just the Western Bay and not Tauranga, because that's how who is it? Infometrics or whoever. Who is it? Jackie who does it? Whoever, yeah, Infometrics records that information.
Oh.
So that's the first thing. And then the second thing was that when it comes to the, I've lost the page, sorry, but it talks about the attendance at committees, and there is a little bit of a discrepancy there, and it's listed myself as, well, I did attend a number of audit and risk committees, but I'm not on the committee, but I also know others have attended that. Rod, I think you've gone to everyone, and he's not recorded, so we just need to make sure we get that cleared up with elected members probably beforehand.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we need to bring that back to be signed off. Rod raised that too. Sorry, Jeremy. Welcome.
I just think through you, Madam Chair, we've picked that one up. I think Steve raised it in Stella, and we will take the non-committee members out of those things. It's easy.
Could we just have the table back to us before it's, when that's done, please?
Yep.
So, Councillor Crowther, are you happy to email those, particularly that first action, through to the team, please? Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder and some actions. Can I ask all those in favour to please say aye? And against? That is carried. Thank you very much. We're now going to go backwards to 9.5, the annual resident survey report. Thank you, Jeremy, and we have all read it and enjoyed the fact that there are some positive trends and some still very low numbers.
Yeah, I've nothing further to add, Madam Chair. You've seen these things. This is the fourth one this year. You had 4 last year. The results are what they are. But if you've got questions coming from elements of that, myself or the other GMs might be able to help you, or may have to reflect that back into the organisation and get you further information.
I just had a question, and I've raised it a couple of times, on financial management, and Councillor Kurak raised a good point. I've been suggesting that this suggests that the people think only 21% of the rated pool, that only 21% on, which way around is it? Financial management also rated poorly at 21%. So only 21% think we're not managing finances poorly. I think it reads as that. And I just wondered, are there specific questions? Because Councillor Kurak suggested that it might be more that our decision making is not as good in terms of keeping rates down, rather than our ability to manage the financials that we are managing. And they're two different things. It's whether we are using the money wisely versus actually being reasonably competent in the way we are doing the performance of financial management.
Yep, there are specific questions, and I can, if I'm just scanning down through now, sometimes in the main report they actually reference the question and the wording of the questions, and we can't do that as the meeting's going on, but I can either find the page number for you for those questions, or I can get it to you after.
I'm very happy to have it afterwards. I've gone through, and it's referenced a couple of times in different places, so if I was able to have those questions after the meeting, that would be great, please.
Yep.
Any other questions? On that basis, we have a recommendation to receive the report, Annual Resident Survey Report 25-26. Do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Baker, Councillor Kurak. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Baker? Councillor Kurak? Okay, anyone, conversation? Councillor Taylor?
Just a very quick comment that there's a lot gone on in this community in the last 9 months, 12 months, and I think that we're basically still going forward on these surveys, which I think is a good thing. There's so much negative that has happened that could have dragged us even further down. So I think this is a good result given the current economy and the things that have happened in our region recently.
And there was a comment that it looked as though I had done the survey again because cyclists are still saying that we need more funding on nice cycleways, or not nice, safe cycleways. Okay, there being no other comments, all those in favour and against, that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeremy. 9.6, events team reporting. Welcome, Sarah.
Kia ora, Chair, councillors. Apologies that it's not Gareth here today. He's actually at an event. So I'll do my best, but may not be able to answer some of your questions. This paper really is just to provide an update on the activities and outcomes of the events team in the last 6 months. It's the first time we've done the paper, but we thought, because there's so many good stories that come through the activation throughout the city, that it'd be great for you to be across it. So if there's any suggestions you'd like to see next time, but our intent is just to bring you this every 6 months to talk about the good things that are happening across the city. The report just speaks to a couple of the big highlights. Fisher, a sponsored major event this year, which was fantastic for the city. We go through the visitor spend and return on investment, which is really significant. 300 events in our open spaces, and almost half of those the events team were involved in facilitating. And really excitingly, our Children's Day event this year, which is a week-long event, a week-long festival really. We had great feedback from all the participants. We had great feedback from the businesses in the city centre that got to be involved in all of those events, and it's actually up for an award tonight at the New Zealand Events Awards, so we've got our fingers crossed for them. But I'll do my best to answer any questions if you have them, otherwise just take it as read.
I just a bouquet in terms of the return on investment on funded events generated an estimated 6.5 million of investment of 578, 11.1, this is 0.14, so well done to the team. We did get a report earlier on the number of people across the team and the cost of the team. That's always be useful to just have those as a, I'm assuming the 578 doesn't include our staff costs, or does it?
It's incorporated into the way they work the return on investment, but most of the money that we input into those events is the funding that you approve separately to staff costs.
So but it would just be good to actually have the staff costs separately recorded. I don't want to change the how you do the ROI, but just to have the
what's staff and what's funded.
Yeah, please. Any other questions? Councillor Carrack.
Excuse me, certainly hear the good news story, but then I put it in the context of moving forward, and moving forward into the long-term plan. We did a survey of the community, which also was, supposed to be incorporated into
You're getting quiet, Rick.
into the annual plan. I better move the mic a bit
You
closer.
could just sit forward.
So when we look at the findings of that survey on our annual plan, long-term plan, and I can't recall the exact wording, but people were asked, what areas would you like spending cuts? And this is very high on that list where they would be happy to accept a reduction in expenditure. So that doesn't sort of line up with the, with what we read, that events are great and people love them, but then it's high on the radar screen for cuts. Could you help me understand that, if you can get my gist? Because I would expect them, no, don't cut events because we love them.
I think in the context of asking people what their priorities are, the core services of council and providing water and roads are always going to come up on top. I think if we shared the proportion of costs that go to events, which is a very small percentage of council funding every year, and then the return on investment that can provide, that's not the information that goes to the community when you ask them what you would like to cut, but it's certainly an important part of what's important to the community. There'll be decisions you have to make in the long-term plan. So you've made some levels of service decision about the funds provided. Every year we have funds available and people apply for that funding. We've listed what they are in Appendix 3. And there's been a reduction in that for this annual plan, and you'll make those decisions again through the long-term plan. But it's a very small percentage of the overall operating costs of council.
And I think it's a really good comment and dilemma, because we do know we want to increase trust and confidence. We do want our people to be engaged. They are engaging in a lot of events. So we are getting that one-on-one engagement, which is what we want. And yet we did absolutely get the survey results that Councillor Carrack was talking about. So just probably to Susan and the way we communicate this, trying to get that message out about, do you want to cut 578,000 out of the budget when the return on investment on that is 6.5 million? And how we get that message out, because you could cut 500,000 here and make no difference at all to the potholes across the city, versus saying we want to fix the potholes, therefore we don't need events. So that's just something that Susan, I think, needs to take up as how we do share that and communicate that, because it's a tough one. And I think, this report is saying that we are engaging and people are engaging with our events, and that's a very good thing, because that's what we've said we wanted to do. So I think, but we do need to balance that. Councillor Baker, then Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Sarah. And to the team involved in putting the report together, considering the cost reductions and things, it's cool to see what we've been able to invest in the last few months, or last year, sorry. And the value add, cool read. The question I have, how much, whether it's a percentage or number, is in the Kaupapa Māori Event Fund?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I can circulate that after this meeting. And it's each year we've got the fixed funding for all of those 4 events funds. So I can provide that information to you.
What would be helpful, thank you,
Yep.
because I'm wondering, in looking at what's transpired over the last 6 months, there's only been one, I guess, Kaupapa Māori considered event, which is Waitangi, and I argue that actually shouldn't come out of a Kaupapa Māori fund, but just one of our general tauranga event funds, but considering the significance and the nature of that event. I know of a lot of Māori groups, hapu, marae, sports clubs, who have tried or wanted to tap into council funding for something kaupapa Māori related, but the pūtea gets pre-allocated to existing events like a Waitangi, which is cool, but considering the nature of those types of events, I think they need to be taken from elsewhere to free up allocation for community groups to actually run, so we can do more in that space because there's an appetite. But yeah, particularly things like Waitangi Day, which has significance for all of Aotearoa, the Kaupapa Māori Fund shouldn't be burdened with facilitating and funding that particular day, as an example. But I don't know if that was probably more of a comment than a question, but if it's an action for staff to consider how we can reprioritise funding in that manner.
And I can provide that information, certainly. Gareth would be much better to answer. I suspect there are also, we fund events sometimes on a 3-year basis, so there might be an application for 3 years of funding, and there'll be some of those events are in that as well. And it would be better to see it across a year, which I can provide.
Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rolleston-Steed. Sorry, and then Councillor Taylor. Apologies.
Yeah, it's just probably a bit of a follow-on from Councillor Baker's question as well, because looking at that Kaupapa Māori Event Fund, for example, those, when different groups that we've kind of helped support tried to tap into that fund, there's some pretty high criteria, one about it being free events and stuff like that, essentially would kind of get the funding, but if it's ticketed it wouldn't. But then if you look at the likes of the Fisher concert, you know, that was a heavily ticketed event and kind of got some priority. So I think understanding even the parity across, you know, and the criteria, whether or not there's some alignment on criteria. So, you know, some of the Kaupapa Māori events, we know they have to be ticketed because there's no way that they can afford to run those events if they don't. But on the same token, then there's priority lost because the criteria around, you know, being non-ticketed puts them out of that ability to be able to apply for that.
What I'll do is share both the criteria for the 4 event funds and the quantum that we've got.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Schuller.
I'm out of order. I was going to make a comment. I thought we were commenting, so I'll wait till...
Councillor Schuller, then Councillor Correct.
You put yourself out of order. My question, $12.2 million visitor spend. Do we have any idea how much of that is domestic, you know, local traffic versus destination? Just curiosity, really. Or maybe it's something that we could...
Excellent question, and I'll dive into that.
Yeah, and I suppose if I can share, you know, one of the things this council has done is we have looked at, you know, the concept of events, and I suppose the understanding the balance when we start to look at the event strategy going forward is how much is designed to create the enjoyment and, you know, the connection for our local community and the goodwill there, but then also what's designed to bring an economy to Tauranga. So it'd be real good to have those two strands.
And interestingly, when you look at hits on the What's On site, I think their Tauranga residents are only the second most common people that visit that site or go back to that site. Wellington, Christchurch and Auckland, and then interestingly Singapore. So yeah, people looking from across New Zealand as well as across the world at What's On.
Thank you very much. That's the end of questions.
Sorry, you had me. Sarah, in terms of the Fisher event, what did they get in both direct financial grants and also in-kind support? Are we talking about something significant, or do you know what they got, what that event got in terms of financial assistance or council assistance?
We can provide what granting they were awarded through application to the Events Fund. Yeah, I don't have that figure on me. It's not a significant amount of what it costs to bring an artist like Fisher to New Zealand, but I can provide what funding they were granted.
And what about non-financial support, like in-kind for assistance to set up stages or whatever?
The kind of in-kind support that we are more likely to provide is around advertising, sharing the news on all of our sites, and really using those opportunities to activate opportunities in the surrounding area so visitors get a wider tauranga experience. That's where we put our efforts.
Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you, Chair. Probably just a follow-up, if we're going to get the amounts for Fisher, is it just easier to have a column that tells us, because we can list 40 events, some of them might have got $500 and some of them might have got $50,000. So I don't think we should just ask for Fisher. If we're going to get it, we should just get a column of in the next report. It's a question, can we have that information?
I have a feeling we've received the funding, but Sarah, you can answer that.
We have done that through various quarterly and annual reports. I can test where there might be some sensitivities and we might keep some information confidential, but for the next report, just hearing the kind of detail that you'd like, we'll definitely provide that.
I think it's actually probably just trying to put it in context. And, trying to say we are wanting to be a more vibrant city. What are the things that... Trying to understand what works, where the best bang for our buck is, I think, and making sure, to Councillor Kurek's point, that we are, when people are saying that's the bit that you can take out, having enough fact to be able to say, hey, well, are you sure you'd like to take that out when it's actually returned this much? Do you want a question or a comment? Because mine was only a comment. We'll do that when we've put this motion on the table. So the City Delivery Committee receives the report events team reporting. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Schuler, seconded by Councillor Roseboom. I'm ahead of you, mate. Councillor Schuler, would you like to speak to this?
You've thrown me off.
No,
you've been watching the Audit and Risk Committee meetings too much. Well, you're in it, so of course you get that done to you. Look, I will make some comments. Firstly, I'll just start interesting Councillor Kurek's points and two different sorts of surveys. And one, the recent, if you look at item 9.5, our resident survey, 68% said that they believe events enhance community spirit and 66% believe they're important. So the previous survey that was potentially from a different angle was rating them against a whole lot of other stuff, which of course when you're looking at roads and pipes and all the things that get the ward councillor for Tauriko excited, they're always going to be lower. But it is a really, really impressive result, I think. This is a good report, and thank the staff for it. Any business that had 11.11 to 1 ROI would probably be quite happy. Thank you for this good stuff, what we've done. As a council, we also have said how important events and improving the vibrancy and the connectivity and the connection of our city is important. So while we will take on board, certainly need to take on board the views of the community, I think that they are there saying events are key to us. I think the really thing that interests me is going forward what our major events strategy is going to look like and our events network plan, because that's really going to shape how Tauranga sets itself within New Zealand in the future and how we attract that discretionary dollar from the rest of the country. It's all very well for it to fly down to Queenstown, but the more Aucklanders we can get to come here and have their weekends here and enjoy time here and spend money in this awesome place, the better. So no, great results, and looking forward to seeing what we design for the future.
Councillor Roseboom, do you want to speak now or later?
I'll speak now. I'll just have a few comments on events. One of the issues we've got as a council is how we gather and collect information And any survey that we do is truly just a snapshot of that moment in time. The recent survey one on Picking Tauriko did so poorly because they might have taken it the day that the Oropi Road was shut and no one could actually get to a survey point. So, and around events, the people who interact with the council directly to do our surveys won't be the same people who go to the events as a majority. So if we did community surveys on events as patrons left each and every event, I figured it'd be a fairly high-hitting target we'd get out of that. If you got a "did you love this event" from everyone leaving Fisher, you would do quite well. And everyone leaving the recent triathlon event I was at earlier in the year, everyone, the crowd was just loving it. The events on the waterfront that we do, the opening of a playground events that I attended, they all get great response, but it doesn't mean that all those people at those events respond to our individual surveys. So when we prioritise how we spend our money in the event space, we've got to be very careful that we get a really good pulse of the people that are at the events and how much they value those events, and to Councillor Schuler's point, the amount of revenue that it brings to our city in bed nights and restaurant nights, and how we get bums on seats at events inside the city as an add-on to a sporting or theatre event. So we've got to be very careful how we assess this, but in the whole, I love what we're doing. I love what the events team is trying to achieve and the types of events that they're trying to attract to our city.
Councillor Currack, then Councillor Baker.
I think my question was around the more lower key events, and I can understand the council funding would help them get across the line, and so we see more events. But events like Fisher, where other cities are bidding for it because they know it's a huge, attractor, and it makes huge money. But and so you need to put some more money into the promoter's pocket to try and get the promoter to choose a city to where they want to hold the event, and they take into account the population in a certain captive area or other factors as well. But there are events that we bid for, and then they're the ones that are discretionary in terms of when we want to start saving money, do we actually entertain in our budgets a fund to buy events into the city? So it's around, acknowledging where we want to focus our ratepayer investment, and that could result in a whole lot of smaller events that adds a whole lot to a community rather than a few big bang ones where we're pitching in quite a few dollars.
Hi, sorry for making comment during questions, but my comments still stand, I think, and I appreciate the actions being taken to have a look at those funds and consider moving some of those kind of legacy kaupapa Māori funded activities like Waitangi Day, like Matariki, into a different space, because I do think that those kind of national or locally significant kaupapa, those two that I've just named in particular, shouldn't swallow up a fund that can be used to enhance place-based events that I know are sorely wanted out there in our community. So, thanks team for the report. Great to see the numbers on paper too.
Councillor Crowther.
I'm going to have a crack at answering Councillor Currack's question a bit further than our staff did, because I think the message in the survey and in other surveys, and there have been a lot of them in the last decade, have been pretty consistent from what I've seen, which is in this main survey we did this year, that events are regarded roundabout somewhat important, which I think people do think they're important. It's just sort of how important. And they're the lowest of all TCC services in a long list, which kind of gets to Councillor Schuler's comment. They're by far the highest score for, quote, activities not considered core council business. That's a judgment call, but, And then they're by far the highest for wanting reduced spending. 59% wanted cuts in that area. And part of that explanation was covered by Sarah around visitors, are not presumably doing our survey. So they love events. But I think the message to me has been consistent for a long time, which is people want events. They particularly love community events. And we have a live, learn, work, play philosophy, which doesn't always translate to events. And I think we're trying to do two things with events. One of them is supported by the public. I think the messaging's been very clear to do community events and keep doing them and keep supporting community organisations who can deliver them much more cost effectively than council. And I've had that message from people in this city for a decade or more. The second thing is be very careful about spending money on business events and events designed to get an economic return, because as our expert who came into the room here and talked to us about it said, there are real complexities and there's major economic analysis in New Zealand and elsewhere which says that economic return, you could give a discount for people to go to the warehouse and you get a better economic outcome, more GDP, all that. You know, there's all sorts of things you can do to have those numbers. The question is, do our people want that? And I think we have to be very, very careful of conflating those things. But one thing I'm sure of is that people still like having events, and cost-effective community events, I think, is what a city like us should focus on, with maybe a few other bits and pieces as well, and not get too much out of our league here.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I won't repeat the comments of Councillor Schuler, Councillor Roseboom and Councillor Crowther, because I think there's some real good stuff in there. Probably one point I'd pick up on, and that comes back to Councillor Correct's question to Sarah, and that was about the scale that we're talking about here in events, that list of things that was surveyed. The amount of money that actually gets spent on events is minuscule compared to what the other ones in that list. So people, it's an easy one, it's the Hobson's choice, you pick the easy low-hanging fruit, but the value and the return to the ratepayer that you could probably get from that is very, very small. So I think we just have to be a little bit cautious about the one we pick off the bottom. Does it actually gain us much? And I'd say it probably doesn't actually do the community much good.
So we have got a motion on the table. We've had a move. Oh, would you like to finish off, Councillor Schuler? We've got a motion on the table, on the board, on the screen, to receive the report, events team reporting. All those in favour and against? That is carried. Thank you. Now we're moving past 9.7 directly to 9.8. Oh. So I invite Karen and Brent to the table, please.
Presentation that I just received, and I put it into Stella.
Okay.
I'll start again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll apologise in advance. I have got a bit of a coughing issue. I haven't got any germs, I believe, to spread around, but I'm very pleased to introduce you to Brent. Brent's our program manager and is in charge and partner in crime in delivering this particular portfolio together with many other transport projects. I wanted to, and thought perhaps if you would like, there's a lot going on in the report. We're asking Council to please endorse the program for this financial year, FY27. We also wanted to perhaps just clarify and talk about the upcoming funding bid to NZTA, what that looks like, and in addition to that, we wanted to perhaps share with you some of the work we did from a value for money perspective. I know Rena can, I'll say up front, committed to come back to you on that, but we wanted to share with you some of the work we've done. So I'm happy to take the report as read. We've prepared quick presentation, if that is helpful.
I'm actually seeing that you've got at least 14 slides in the presentation, so to me, is that quick? When we try to do time management for these, I'm sort of assuming we're taking the report as read without needing additional. Are you suggesting we read it anyway?
No, I just want to ask the question, how many of these slides are actually hidden for background information? Because I know that's
information.
how many slides do you have to talk through? So
So
Deputy
6
Mayor,
in total.
6 in total for
That
Deputy
there
Mayor.
you
Can we just for time management, because we are trying to get these done, if we are going to have additional information, I'd like to be told when I'm chairing, please. And I need to know how many slides and probably why it's not coming in the report, which we have read and taken into account. But let's have 6 slides. Thank you.
In this instance, I will admit that I only approved this last night, so that was me holding up the slide pack. My apologies.
And perhaps what we could do is just focus on things for the council that you might find helpful, because we've done a lot of this work before. We've had these reports prior, so in terms of process, much of it might be already, well known to the council, particularly around how the program's developed, and it's just reinforcing the previously approved criteria in terms of how this particular program and portfolio is assessed and prioritised. One of the things we're asking council for is to please endorse the minor improvement programs, which have specific project thresholds to align with NZTA for walking and cycling at 2 million, for optimisation and PT that's 3 million, safety, which is to clarify specifically relating to projects that has a reduction of death and serious injury, that is at 3 million, and for resilience projects, that's 5 million. What we intend to do with that, and perhaps a distinction to be drawn, is council has the option in terms of any of the projects that get prioritised through the LTP to identify them as separate projects, depending on your own thresholds and what level of transparency you may wish. We are asking to group a whole lot of projects into a program to submit to NZTA that will be supported by evidence packs, which includes, and these very prescriptive requirements sitting for each of those funding stacks as to what is needed, the problems we're needing to solve, the issues and prioritisation, logic, how each of those stacks are prioritised, and then project readiness, including a delivery plan and a procurement strategy. So there's a significant amount of work to occur between now and October. We hope to come back to you following with an outcome of what that might look like. So it's just for transparency. That is what that bit of work and that recommendation is around. I'm not going to go into too much further information. I think Renika is going to come back around program optimisation and value for money outcomes as committed in June. What we did want to share with you as a highlight is across the portfolio, when we costed it, it's come from an overall, the program that is an attachment, came down from 17.75 million to 11.6, which is at a program level, an overall reduction of 6 million. And I think it's just to emphasise our collective commitment and ongoing focus to improve and change and do things in a better way to provide better value for our communities and delivery of these projects. And I might just pause the Ms. Councillor Skula, if that's appropriate, and if you feel that's enough.
Thank you very much, and I think there will be some questions on this, so thank you for that introduction. Questions for staff? Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Baker.
Thank you. On your last slide there, you talked about quite a big saving, $6 million. Really good work. Was it significant, any changes that would have affected the amenity or the what we're delivering for the community, or has those changes been made without real reductions in service?
It isn't related to scope. It is a number of... Wayne, do you want to just speak about some of those opportunities? I don't want to take away from Renica, but yeah.
Yep, I guess a lot of that was done. We've repriced a lot of those projects based on the more recent examples that we've had come through and on the more recent designs we've had. So comparing like projects to what we've got on the program now. So historically that cost us a certain amount, and that's what the original $18 million thereabouts was based on. And it's just revisiting those with today's lens on it, more updated pricing and more about what we're actually constructing in the most recent round. So still delivering the core objectives of the projects without taking away the scope that's going to affect that.
And I'm going to make a comment here. It's a shame that Mia's not here, because that's the sort of thing that we've been hearing regularly, that we're not listening, and you guys have obviously gone into that and come up with a result. So if you could package that up and send them an email, I think that would be valuable.
So one example, if I may, taking the conversation about PowerCo this morning, is that we're trialling use of solar lights at one of the new pedestrian crossings that we're building, which, while getting away from the program implications of that, is actually resulting in a lower cost to install the lighting as compared to paying for a power connection.
And of course, this slide pack will be uploaded to Stellar, distributed as part of the official record, so it will definitely be made public. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you both for coming in. The total cost of this, the last resolution that I recall was in March, where we were at 753,000. And so this whole issue of, with the program, the way that it's shaping up, I don't have a problem with that approach. I think it's fantastic, and you've got it, and I definitely support those thresholds and everything. The question in my mind is that there's sort of the push the button, non-go. Do we do certain projects before we apply in the NLTF, or do we wait for them and hope we get 51% co-funding? And when it's $750,000, you sort of go, well, that's okay. But when it's, 5 to 6 million, it's a different equation for us. And I'm just wondering, how do you see that list in terms of what you'd hope to get NZTA co-funding for, in terms of the timeframes you're looking at?
The current, through you, Chair, the current program, this particular program is focused on walking and cycling alone. So it doesn't cover those other portfolios, being safety, resilience, etc. One of the opportunities is that when we're building the program at the moment, the things we haven't been doing and is not captured in this proposed list at the present is, for example, a significant number of missing cycle links that are very small, minor, but important community connections for schools and community. In addition, there's the tsunami evacuation routes. It doesn't fit in the resilience bucket, it actually fits for walking and cycling given the nature of it. What I'm suggesting perhaps is you could do that. My recommendation is that I would suspect we have a $20 million program coming through over that 3-year period. So if we can do some of it, or a large proportion of it now, that would be helpful. But noting there may be some that we need to perhaps just look at these and where the opportunity arises, where we think we have a high potential for funding, revisit some of those minor projects, if that's the direction the council wishes to take.
To be clear, is that amount in the annual plan as approved, or is that additional? I might have skipped something here because I haven't looked at it.
The proposed approach is currently the annual plan allows for about 6.5 million per year for minor safety and accessibility for this program. What our proposed approach is to put the program together. We put our initial bids to NZTA. There will be a backwards and going forwards with council to say, look, this is what the funding stacks look like. This is what we could deliver. We'll get a sense from NZTA, I'm hoping, on projects, what they think is you're wasting your time projects. We can come back. So it's not envisaging that that's a commitment for council to invest that amount. If that helps.
I'm just clarifying, that was my question, Stella. So there's no change in the annual plan numbers?
Not for this financial year. There would be some proposed for the LTP potentially.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for the reports. These types of kaupapa where there's potential extra pūtea available and we can provide some really place-based community benefits and stuff that I like, so it was an enjoyable read. I have a clarity question before my actual questions. What does physical works in flight actually mean, and what does pre-initiate mean?
So the first part of the program, there's a number of projects in the attachment where physical works have been awarded to the contractor and they intend to be built in the coming short period of time. Those that are in project initiation is we haven't completed the design, the engagement and or any the project life cycle, nor undertaken procurement. It's right at the beginning.
That's pre-initiate.
Pre-initiate.
Cool. So on that touch, which was one that was going to be a primary question, particularly for the project, looking at the list of projects that you've provided, so page 9 on our, I don't know what it is on the main agenda, but project 9, so the Welcome Bay Road signalised crossing.
Yes.
Whilst we're talking around the idea of pre-initiate, how did we get to that project, and are we intending to consult with community before the final design comes to life?
Absolutely, through you, Chair. Every project, and this is a wee bit of the challenge, is we come to council first and say, here's our indicative program. One of the first steps, which we hope to do earlier, we haven't always done it as well as we could have, is undertake that engagement early with a concept and get that early feedback into the process, because it sets the project up for success and it also enables us to deal with any community related issues early on.
Which way? Sorry, the way community first, then council, or council first, then community?
So we come to council, here's the list, and then we'll go, because until we know that you feel comfortable with the projects being proposed, it's a lot of work to consult, and then we raise expectation it's not happening and those sorts of things.
No, that's helpful. And just my last question on that same project, how does that proposed project interact with the other proposed Welcome Bay Road, particularly the T2 lane project / lights at Kaitemako Road? So how does that interact both fiscally and practically? Followed by why that particular location in front of House 62?
So possibly answer that in parts. The Welcome Bay project, the high occupancy vehicle lanes, has 2 proposals. One is to signalise Kaitemako intersection and one is not. If the intersection is to be signalised, this project would no longer exist and it would be incorporated into the design. That consultation and engagement process is anticipated to be in September or close afterwards. If the community and the council decides not to progress with signalising that intersection, this particular location is where an existing refuge exists. We've had a number of reports, including, terrible incidents involving students and vehicles. Cars are stopping. There's a high demand because of the bus stops. So it hasn't been chosen. Outside number 62, there's an existing facility. It's in the desire line. It makes sense. It doesn't mean we can't look at alternatives if that makes sense, and we may reconfigure with the wider project what is a better idea, but at the moment that's where the problem we're trying to solve is identified as being needing an intervention. That helps, Councillor Baker.
You've answered my questions very well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this, guys. Yeah, great to see all these projects. I think it's just a bit of a follow-on from the question. So, Councillor Baker's. So, these projects, whether I'm asking you, Renica, or over here, I'm not sure. They will then still go out to consultation. Is that because it's an interesting one? And the reason I asked the question, I suppose, is that we've had and it's the item 9.5 again. In the survey, I think the biggest area where we've dropped is that the public doesn't feel like they've got any influence in what decisions we make. And I know that's only a small number every time, but it's still a number. And then we've had, several of us have had emails, read the agenda, and they've gone, and I'll use Bethlehem, you're putting a signalised crossing in Raihi Road, what the hell are you thinking? And I suppose, I'm just trying to figure and we had a great response from staff too, by the way, in terms of why it's the process that we've got to get where we are. But it's because these are community touch things. A signalised crossing across Waihi Road is going to have an impact, and it's got an impact obviously affecting pedestrians already. It'll have obviously an impact on things. So, yeah, good to hear that there'll still be consultation and that we can go back to the staff and say, well, that's a process we've got to go through. But it's a really interesting one because...
and a good example, to your point, Councillor, is that a good example is Elder Lane. So we came to council, it was rapidly deployable, it was ready to go. Following such endorsement, we went to the schools and the community and they're like, goodness, we've built this, it's no longer needed, and we paused the project. So I agree with you, it's a little bit of a catch-22 because we wouldn't want to consult on 80 projects when we're only delivering 40, because it raises expectations and then you get outdated.
So at a very high level, contextually, we now have NZTA not requiring a full business case for low-cost, low-risk project, right? Yeah. That is a win. Yes. If we can get them to co-fund some of this stuff that may not otherwise happen. But that means there is a negotiation process. So we have to have a super long list ready, see what we can get funding for, and when we know what is funded and what we can fit in our approved budget, we will then take whatever actually fits in the budget out for consultation. I just wanted to make sure that people understood how this fitted in. It's actually a win. It just requires a bit of negotiation and juggling behind the scenes, which is why this paper has come to you.
And that's great to hear too. I suppose the one thing that if we get any, and again, I'm very loath to want to jump into any of that detail, but having come to us, if someone comes and says, here's a whole bunch of reasons why I don't want it, and then in our report it says multiple community requests received, then I hope that we will be able to say, here are the multiple, so when we go back to those people, we can say to them, this is what's happened over the last 5 years, this has been the incidents, this is why we're going ahead. Or we'll consult on that.
We hope that we've highlighted the prioritization criteria that you could feed back. I got a beautiful challenge from our deputy mayor on some of this engagement as well, where if we think it's going to be a hot topic, maybe we engage our elected members early. Yes. So we can find the correct way through. Generally, because these are safety issues and because they relate to cyclists and pedestrians, there will always be 2 camps to each improvement project.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I might just, add to that, in that this is an initial technical viewpoint we've often heard complaints from the community, we've investigated them, that's how they get onto this list. We definitely want to hear that other camp or from others as well. this enables us to start that process. So hearing from people who have seen the report and say, oh, we don't like that, well, that's actually really good engagement, because it means that people are looking at this in that kind of detail. We will then, once we get it approved and we understand from NZTA as well, if we're able to get funding, we'll go out to the community a little bit wider, and we've got something to talk to them about on if they do or don't like a plan, but at least there's something to talk about. Whereas if you go out to the community and say, hey, tell us your issues, that's a lot less of a productive sense in this delivery position.
And if I may, for clarity, just be that I'm so sorry that this program, that you're endorsing today, is not NZTA funded. It is the next tranche of projects.
Councillor Rolleston, then I'm speaking, then Councillor Crowther. To put myself in.
Thank you, Chair. My question is fundamentally about Māori communities. It may lead to another question, but I look at this list, there's 60 that I can see. I can see Waikari Marae. Interestingly, I'm not quite sure how Hunga Toro is in there, because there's a footpath from Waikari Marae to Matapihi Road, and it says Hunga Toro, which is on the other side of the road, so we might be being very generous if we're going to extend that footpath. So there's probably more, I think that needs to be corrected. But probably my opening question is, how are we, if I probably read this, then I go, our maraes and our Māori communities are all safe and they don't need any minor improvements. How are we engaging with them to make sure that if they need any assistance, they are engaging with us? As I say, if I take the approach and look at the list, I'll go, well, they're not on the list, so there mustn't be any need. How can you answer how we're getting to those communities? Because I would hazard a guess that there are probably quite a lot of need in those areas.
Through you, Chair, you may be aware there's a bit of work underway. We recognise this as the gap, Councillor Rolleston. So there's a bit of work underway in which we are, one of our team is looking at bringing a report to you about identifying potential gaps at some of the maraes. And we're looking at potentially at some of the areas where, for example, there may be lack of footpaths or connections for the kura. We have really good relationships with many, principally through the kura. We do a lot of work in that space and get a lot of feedback from that. But if there's an opportunity to broaden that, we are looking at some of those maraes and where those gaps are. Hopefully through that engagement, some further information could be forthcoming.
So do you have any idea when that report might be coming?
I believe that report was part of the LTP process, and it might be in tranche 3, but I stand to be corrected, and I may come back to you on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there an action there, Chair, to ensure that this is forthcoming around?
Do you want to can you just email to Anahira an action, please, Hemi?
We did get an update from staff in the background on that specific footpath, saying it is a mistake. It's meant to be Waikari Road from Waikari Marae to Matapihi Road, not Hunga Toroa Road.
Thank you, Redika.
So Hemi's going to, so you're still emailing the action, right? Yep. So I guess just a question I have on engagement and how many people you need to hear from before they end up on this list, and how we record that, and when we receive an email and put it through EM requests, where does that go? So I know from Links Ave and I know from the Orkney Road and Tweed Street that I've received some feedback, and TCC has received some feedback, and as we've said, some people are slowing down the road and some people don't want the road slowed down. So we have both sides. So what we want engagement, and I don't think there's anyone around this table saying don't include me in a footpath or a safety in my ward, include me in that. How are we, Renika, are we going to be well enough set up to receive that information, to hold that information, to look at the data of that, to say we had, because I don't want this just to be because people whinge, right? It's got to be people saying good things and we've got to encourage it. So what have we got as a system that enables us to record feedback and actually correctly lets us know what that is? Because I've also found that I've been told one thing by somebody and one thing by somebody else, and it's not the same. So
Yeah,
where are we at with that?
Fair
please?
point. When an issue is brought to our attention, the team review it. Is there really a safety issue, or is it just a perception? Is there really an opportunity for improvement? So there is a technical assessment that we go through, right? I'm looking at the team across the table. That makes it onto the list of improvements we would want to do, and we prioritize them according to the criteria mentioned. Sometimes it takes years for that project to actually be prioritized. At that point in time, we go back and check. Is there still a need with the community? Does the community still feel the same? At that point in time, we get a sample check of the community. That is not a full engagement procedure, not a full formal consultation procedure. And hence, that means there is not the whole community that is heard. That creates, in some of these instances that we've talked about, the awkward situation where there is some pros, some cons, and we don't fully have a way of assessing how the total community would feel on that. We then rely back on the technical element of, will this improve safety or not, and does it therefore rank? Where I think the improvement opportunity is if we know that we're in that situation where we have vocal members of the public on either side of an argument, that we need to be more proactive in getting our elected members on board, that we need to know, look, this might need some mediation, this might need some sense checking, you know your communities best. And that is what I think the real opportunity for improvement is. I just want to sense check with the team.
Yes.
That we agree on that one, yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And so just from it, sorry, just in terms of reporting numbers, and, you know, I have received, we've had 40 people emailing this email, and I think on one of them, one of my colleagues didn't like the fact that somebody in the community just said, email this email and then you'll get heard, which happened. So does your system record that, and can we correctly say that we know how many people have responded in some way?
Oh, sorry, Karen.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. So through, and perhaps building on Renika, this is definitely an opportunity for improvement and something we're taking on board around engaging with elected members. But in that instance, where things are getting so many different perspectives from the community, we may even pause and go to the wider community so we can iron things out. All that information gets captured within what we call a comms log. So everybody's response gets logged into that system. Sometimes, and then we get a summary engagement report. That what does sometimes happen, there's so much push and pull happening, we haven't had the opportunity to close that whole process out. So you may be getting, or an elected member may be getting bits of information. We need to work out how we do that better, so you get a full picture, and we pause maybe rather than responding to specific issues as they arise. So we need to think about how we can support our elected members in the community, just providing better transparency across the entire, but have time to complete and close that out, perhaps.
Thank you. And so is the email coming in, or is that they come through the contact centre mostly? Where are they mostly coming into?
They come through, when we do engagement, we give them a specific email. It's a specific engagement email, which is transport. There's a transport email. The majority of people would go through our call centre. It doesn't matter. It still makes its way through to our engagement coordinators that then capture that information, and each customer then receives a response to say, thank you for coming. We're looking at this, we'll have a response, we'll come back to you by its time. Yeah.
Karen, for completeness, would you mind sharing how you capture meetings in that? For instance, when you meet with the principal of a school?
Yes, so we share meeting notes at that. When we have meetings, we'll share a meeting, a summary, and get agreement and say, here's some draft notes. Are you comfortable with that? The principals come back and say, no, I'm not. This is not right. We'll amend it, make sure all the parties are happy. And then that goes into the communications folder of the project. So it gets maintained as a record.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crowther.
On page 249, where it's got the scoring matrix, I think the community risk should be community opportunity and risk. So this is kind of an answer rather than a question initially, and raised a bit higher. And the reason I say that is because the results of it, I think, distort what I think we're trying to achieve here. And an example, a really good example of it is in Otamotai, where there are a couple of projects. And one of them is what will be quite controversial, which is the signalised crossing on Waihi Road for about $500,000 that is 13th highest ranked. And then we have something, and 20th highest ranked, the signalised crossing at Otamotai Primary. And then at 21 you have a very low cost, a quarter of the cost of that, $800,000, a pedestrian crossing that will just get massive community support. That will bump our ratings up in transport if nothing else happened over that 3-month period of our survey. It's the result of 10 years plus of, 15 years of lobbying that I have been involved with. No, more. 17. So, that kind of thing, you just go, there's such a strong demand, and some of the specific demands recently. Yeah. And there's a legacy of injuries and ambulances and all sorts, and you compare that to no known demand from our council in recent times from one of the others, one demand from a school for the other one, and in both cases they are related to a very short peak period with nowhere near there's no injuries that I know of, and there's two of the injuries happen for totally unrelated reasons, so you'll have them on your database. One was a child chasing a ball, which was nothing to do with the crossing, and another one was not to do with the infrastructure. So we have a legacy of infrastructure-related issues on one that could be solved really cheaply, but it's ranked way lower. And I think that, I don't know enough about these projects, but it just tells me, knowing two other ones that I think are not right, the matrix is wrong, because it shouldn't be spitting out that result.
Through you, Chair, the challenge, I guess, is this is the value of getting elected member feedback, because some of those things in the community that maybe we're not as familiar with. Yeah. This is a very technical process. So if we're going to submit something to NZTA, it's got to be based on evidence rather than, and it's always the challenge potentially, then as much as we'd love to, the number of people that ask for something. Those projects, and I agree with you, Councillor Crowther, the one on Windsor Road is such a high priority project. The reason it's scored lower is simply because of the exposure. The traffic volumes are lower on Windsor Road, for example, than Waihi Road, the nature of users. So I don't disagree that there are things where it's not prioritised in terms of cost. So if a project costs less, it gets a higher priority. It is based on those technical aspects to it. We're very happy to take those away and have a look at it, and see some of the rationale behind it. I would suggest that there would have been some crash data because we don't always and only rely on community feedback. There's some other things that come around, but happy to take that away if that's helpful.
Sorry.
Through the Chair, I'll just say that the public, my visibility of the crash data is gone because NZTA has taken down that web page. But when I checked it, there was definitely a distortion of that data because it doesn't say the why, but also there was a significant number of injury accidents down on Windsor Road. So in a
Councillor
way,
Crowther, you have had an
part of
offer
the
to take
issues
this
we-
offline.
yeah.
Are you happy to take it offline and get that information and share it? Are you happy with that?
But I do think we need to address the matrix today before we approve this.
Okay, thank you, staff. That's good questions. I'm going to, we've got a motion on the table. If we put that up, please. It's quite a long one, so I'm not going to read it out. Got anyone prepared to move and second this motion as it stands? Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Schuler, thank you. Councillor Roseboom.
I'm just happy to support it as is. There's some projects on here that I've picked up from pretty much the first month I got elected, and they've finally made their way nearer the top, but we'll keep going. And yeah, it's a need-based thing. People around the city have different issues in different places. Signalised crossings always a bit of an issue with because it may allow people to cross the street, but young kids walking home from school tend to use them as a bit of a fun game thing to slow traffic down. But support the process, support the matrix on how it evaluates projects, and I just support all the safety improvements around the city.
Councillor Schuler, or do you want to wait? Any other comments? Okay, okay, Councillor Crowther.
I'd ask, we're just trying to work this through on the fly. I was thinking that I'd be happy to do it, but subject to if the mover and seconder would support I guess we call it a working group. And I was thinking of Councillor Kurak, Councillor Taylor, myself, whoever's interested from the transport side of things, to work through the actual basic scoring matrix, to try to match up what we're trying to do here, because I think this is going to really distort the results, and we'll spend more money than we need to on projects the community will dislike, that will go through engagement, that we will not do them, or we will do them and be distinctly unpopular, and we will miss opportunities to fast track cheap, fantastically acceptable by the community projects that has been huge demand. And I think it just shows to me we've got a step we've got to do, and if we sign this off, not through there's nothing to do with this, what the staff are trying to do, they've done a great job, but I think we need to step in here and say this is our visibility that we have, and we need to have some layer, which could be an amendment to this, if the mover and seconder are willing to do that.
I think we're both.
May I?
Renica, yeah, sorry. If you
I just wanted to propose an alternative. The criteria we assess these on, as mentioned, are safety exposure, that's the largest, vulnerable road user demand, that's the second largest, and then community risk. What we can do is anything that scores reasonably high on the community risk one, and we can come up with the criteria for that, we then bring back to a working group. Otherwise, we'll end up debating 80-odd projects all the time. I think that will not be value for money.
No, it's through the chair. It's the community opportunity is missing. I think that's what I've got the mayor's words when we discuss this in my ears of trying to find out what the problem is and solve the problem. The problems are clear in some cases to us as elected members, in some cases to staff for technical reasons. And we're looking at it through one lens, which is community risk. I think we need to look at community opportunities as well to solve real problems for people that affect their kids and they go to hospital. And we're going to miss those. That's the issue.
There may be a working group on the criteria that we use rather than the individual projects.
Yes, that's why I'm trying to address it. I haven't tried to get into the project level. I'm trying to address it at a principal strategic level.
So, hearing both sides, I'm happy to entertain it. The mover's probably got a bit more power than I have. I think, the key thing here, Councillor Crowther, is what we're doing here is endorsing a program. We're not approving any project, and there is quite a clear process. But what you're saying is you'd like to have, at some workshop level, a chance to effectively add in community opportunity as a criteria as well. Yeah. And so you'd be happy with that, because again, it will enable us to move through today and through. So I'm Councillor Roseboom. I know you don't like late changes, but
this to me requires a slightly different approach than us changing something on the fly. We need to, if that's the will of the table to do that, we need to find another way of doing it, either change the criteria through a long-term plan process or change it through our safety and accessibility program projects, how we assess them. So we need to go back and reassess how the actually projects get onto the list, as opposed to changing it here, because it will force a change in the list. And I think those who have seen this list may already like what's happening, so I don't want to change it today. So my thing is we'll accept what's here, but I'm open to us reviewing how the list is created at a later point.
You can say that, yeah. Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, we were having...
Shall I step down and now we get it?
Through you, Madam Chair. A work group to debate the criteria, and then we have to redo the assessment, would possibly mean we miss our submission deadlines for NZTA for this year. Totally open for, have we got the right criteria for our long-term plan? I think that would be a really fair call. Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Roosevelt.
So would that just be a new F endorses a working group of Councillor Kurak, Crowther and Taylor to review the criteria as part of the long-term plan?
Excuse me, Chair, does it need to be in here, or can we just make it will get done?
Oh, action, great idea.
Because I don't want to slow down the current process getting into the NLTP.
My chairing's gone out the window. I've got co-chair and we've got staff back. Must be getting late.
Madam Chair, how would you wish to proceed?
I'm asking our, around the table, are we comfortable that we have an action that we are endorsing a working group of those three to assess the criteria for the long-term plan?
I think, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor, I think the consideration in terms of what Councillor Crowther is referring to needs a bit more sort of nuance into the conversation, not just strict criteria and weighing it against the criteria. It's something that you introduce political issues into, and our knowledge and feedback that we get and our political lens over it. So it's not just purely addressing the criteria and changing the criteria. So I'm happy to sort of move that amendment if there's a bit of discomfort on this side.
We're just having an action rather than an amendment. Yeah, it's not being accepted by the mover. So if we've got a working group, you can do what you want and have it in the long-term plan, surely, and then you bring it back to us and say this is what you think needs to happen.
Councillor Crowther, would you like to just be a bit of help here?
Happy to second it, and then we can discuss it.
What have you moved? That a working group of
work alongside staff to consider aspects of the
criteria and priority,
aspects of the considerations of ranking or
priority
priority of projects in this current annual plan. and the long-term plan.
Okay.
Can
That be
we,
right?
for completeness, could we please add excluding projects already committed or in delivery? Because they can't be changed, right? That's, but it'd be good to have it in there. I would also note that feedback is always welcome. It doesn't need to be the 3 from a working group. If anybody has a political angle or further background information, feel free to pass it through to the transport team.
Thank you, Renika.
So that's being moved as a separate item. Yep. I think so. I've lost it.
I'm happy not to speak, but the seconder can speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I support this because I don't think the issue is the long-term plan. I think the issue is that when we're spending public funds, significant amounts of public funds now in the millions and millions of dollars on projects that we know will cause some issues in some cases with our community and could cause significant cost to the organisation. We need to ensure we have a layer in there. We had talked about this a year or so ago. The staff have done a fantastic job in getting us the list. I think we've just skipped one little piece of the process. I think we could meet next week. We could clear it up quickly. I don't think it needs to slow it down. The issue is not the long-term strategic direction of what's happening. It's really just a fine-tuning, but it's a significant fine-tuning, and I think it would deliver far better outcomes if we could just do that quickly. And I don't think we need to meet more than once, would be my guess, because the staff, I think, know what's going on, and I'm getting nods. So.
Councillor Baker.
Yeah, tēnā kōrua. As it reads, I probably can't support the recommendation as it reads. This has been pretty messy. The wording is unclear. Initially, we started talking about assessing the matrix. Now the scope is about aspects of consideration of priority of projects, which is quite ambiguous. One of the members who's on this potential working group is away next week, so next week couldn't work. And we've had, I forget what the full title of this, minor safety and accessibility program come up several times in this in this committee, and we've never really, not that I can recall anyway, actively challenged the matrix of that committee, of how this gets, of how projects are prioritised, and it ends up on our table. Now that's not to say that it's not worthy of being critical and examining, but doing this on the fly, and if we're talking about principles, then that needs to be a collective conversation, rather than 3 of you just deciding it at one meeting in 1 week. That conversation at this point in time now needs to be elevated to the long-term plan if we're going to really assess that matrix. Staff have done a great job. They've got a good matrix to determining projects, and I would hate to see those stored at this point in time.
Okay, I'm going to put this to the vote. Can we take that away so we can see what we're talking about, please? So the amendment is to establish a working group to work alongside staff to consider aspects of the consideration of priority of projects in the current annual plan and the LTP, excluding projects committed or in delivery. Those in favour? Put your hands up, please. Correct. Crowther. And those against? We've got an abstaining? Oh, you're abstaining. You're in the working group. Was everyone else, Steve, did you vote? Plus, yeah. Jackie, eh? Oh, sorry, against. Yeah, negative, okay. So that has failed. So we'll go to the substantive. We have a mover and a seconder. Did you want to finalise your... So we've got this resolution on the table. I think you already did.
Did I speak?
I think you did, yeah, straight away. Anyway, off you go. I've failed at my chair job, so yeah. Speak away.
No, you're doing a great job, Madam Chair.
Blaming my cough.
I'm still happy, I think, if the action is put in. I know there's Councillor Crowther and Councillor Kurak have wanted to jump in and make some changes into this year, but I do think the action to go forward is something that I'm happy to have considered in there. Just with this, I think we're endorsing the program, and I suppose part of what's coming out of this is from us as governors, that we want to make sure that if what we think we're doing and we're working through is a bit off the mark, that there is the right scope. And I do think hearing staff's reply to some of our questions earlier about bringing us back and involved. And so, the question of targeted consultation with affected parties rather than going a bit wider, these are all things that we can discuss. But I think the work that has been done here is it's a good report, and I think these are projects that are ready to go. They're largely safety driven. We have our criteria, so I am happy to support this. I can also go back to members of my community and explain to them that there will be opportunity for them to come back and give us feedback in the design stage, and what may result in modification. It may result, as we've heard, of a project stopping. So there is still plenty of opportunity for community at any level on these projects to come and talk to us, and we would always welcome that.
So Councillor Rolleston.
Point of clarity, I've sent through a action. Where does that fit into?
It's been recorded in the minutes.
Okay. I want to make sure everyone is okay with that action. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, back to the resolution, please. So, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. We are now going to have a 10-minute break. 3:05. Thank you very much, all of those who are able to leave now. Lucky you. Don't have a cough out there. Yeah. Sorry for derating you.
There's a few people who have probably spoken rather than asked questions.
Actually, of intent. This is going to have a lot of questions for Caro.
Thankfully, we know she's incredibly competent in it.
And Cherie, because we didn't have any Treasury questions, we might have some questions now.
Kia ora koutou.
Hang on, just, are we all go? Welcome back to the City Delivery Committee, Wednesday the 5th of August 2026. We are now on paper 9.9. Welcome, Caro and Cherie.
Kia ora koutou, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rollason-Steed. So I've got Cherie here with me. She holds the operational relationship with the LGFA. We will take the report as read and we'll take any questions that you have. Thank you.
So there's nothing you need us to highlight, to be highlighted to us, Cherie. That's what we need to know.
Nothing to highlight. Caroline's put it all in the report for you.
Wonderful. There being no questions, thank you very much. We have a resolution. Mover and seconder. Councillor Morris, Councillor Taylor, would you like to speak to it? Any comments? All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. We have just set a new record. No, that's a new way we're going to do business. So we're now on to 9.10, Resource and Building Consent 6 monthly update. Welcome, Alex. Please take the report as read. There's some good numbers in there. Any questions for Alex on the report?
Sorry, if I may just jump in just to highlight, unfortunately, Denise, who's our head of building, couldn't be here. So that's obviously already been shared.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. I will therefore start. So one of the things I think I found a little bit difficult, because it looks as though things are really positive, which I hope they are. Welcome, Deirdre. So just on on point 35, the resource consents reviewed to monitor compliance. My question is this as you'd expect from last year? Is there a trend? Where are we sitting on that one, please?
So in terms of those enforcement numbers, they are largely as they were the previous year, so they're tracking pretty consistently. The overall level of compliance that we see during our inspections is something that we're just starting to get a bit of better resolution on now. So we moved out of a very old spreadsheet-based system into an SAP-based system approximately 18 months ago. So we've only now got to the point where we're able to actually really report on the amount that we are inspecting and the level of compliance. What I would say is the level of compliance we're seeing here is not inconsistent with what you see at the national level in some of the reporting that the regional sector's done.
Okay, great. I'll carry on. So on point 38, requests for deferral of payment for development contributions at 11 million. So what are the principles applied to decide whether DCs can be deferred, and is it just in the policy and you just stick to policy, or do the exceptions come to us?
Broadly speaking, yes, it is set out in the policy. Sarah may be able to add a bit more detail on that, but we largely just apply the policy as is. Yep.
And through the policy, so when we get a request for a deferral, we sign an MOU and essentially a contract through that deferral process. and keep track of where that deferral sits. If there is a request to not pay the DC or defer it outside of the policy, it comes to a panel and CJ and I will make the decision on that. If there's a decision that's completely outside the policy, that's where it comes to council.
Thank you. And so in terms of that 11 million that is deferred, is that spread across the 86 consents, or is that quite a, are there bigger players within that 11 million? Because if it's just itsy bitsy, or are there big developers in there that are getting quite a big amount of deferral?
There are, I would say, some developers will use it consistently. They're not large developers, they're some of our smaller developers that might have multiple builds on the go. On average, what I would be, so I sign those deferral contracts, about $35,000 would be on average what we are seeing, but some of the larger ones might be $100,000, $150,000.
And could you tell me the largest detail, or the amount that one developer is?
I couldn't. We can provide that information. I don't have that on
just
me.
Just if it's like,
yeah.
if there's a couple that are about at $1 million and the rest at 35,000, I'm sort of would just like to.
We definitely have that data.
Okay, thank you. And third question, because I'm chairing, not co-chairing. Oh no, I haven't got that one there. Those were my two. Councillor Rolleston, then Councillor Kurak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, question on Māori buildings or Māori building consents of the 888, I think. Do we know how many of them were on Māori-owned land, and we're keeping that number?
We can certainly get that number for you. Yep.
Yep.
We have reported on that previously, so we can pull that up reasonably easily. I can provide that separately.
Thank you.
Councillor Kurak.
My question to Sarah, so those deferral decisions where they're accepted, does get projects across the line that would otherwise find it difficult to kick off, or and it's not just going banker to developers just to be kind and helpful. Is the benefit that it does trigger projects to kick off?
That would be a question for developers, but sorry, that would be a question for developers, but our understanding is that it certainly allows them to kick off. The way their financing works, and that's not, you know, we don't ask for that information. That's not part of the policy and what's the consideration in deferrals. But certainly they've got a lot of competing demands and competing finances when they are getting a development up and running. So, you know, the volume that come through would indicate that it's certainly something that helps them get over the line. We do charge interest as well, so it's, yeah.
And is your interest at a commercial rate, is that better than a bank interest? What they'd get from the bank, or are we funding them quite nicely?
No, it's the market interest rate. We don't provide a council interest rate.
I understood it was the LGFA rate plus 1%. Is that right?
I do have some notes here. I'm just Cherie's not in the room. Yes, I think it is 1%. Yeah, adding additional 100 basis points, yes.
So therefore it is better than a bank would give them. Yeah. So we are sort of funding them. I had another couple, and then I'm going to go back to Councillor Taylor, then Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rolleston-Steed. So just on, firstly, on the purpose of the report, could we please next time have the purpose is also to provide any opportunities and risks, just to set out where we're at. And my other question, just on the, again, as I said, lots of numbers and hard to know if these are really good, and we'd like to congratulate you if they are. So when we did the annual plan for 26-27, do we set ourselves where we've got this many staff which are likely to be able to cope with this number of consents in that year?
Short answer is yes. So we've had the benefit lately that consent numbers have been quite stable across both building and resource consents, and our staffing is really we think it's at the sweet spot to process most of those consents in-house, which gives us far better quality assurance, and also helps us to make sure we can meet those targets and deadlines. We do maintain a small amount of consultant budget to enable us to manage peaks as they come in, but we don't want to have too much reliance on consultants, so we try not to use them unless we need to.
Thank you. Councillor, I had two more people. Taylor. Oh, good. Councillor, Tangata Whenua Representative Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
Kia ora, Alex. I'm curious about the 6-month trial on that AI tool and it potentially creating more efficiencies around your statutory timeframes or meeting those statutory timeframes, efficient processes resulting in faster and less expensive consenting. With the successful trial of that, I'm just wondering, it could seg you into that customer survey, customer satisfaction kind of survey. So would you assume that you would start to see would you start to look at tracking what customer satisfaction might look like as part of that process?
Yeah, that's certainly something that we will be looking at, is how we do better gauge customer feedback. We have historically measured that and surveyed that, but we got pretty limited response. I'd probably decouple that from the tool that Rico, oh sorry, I shouldn't say it, but the tool that we're using to do report generation. That one itself is more an automation tool rather than an AI one, so there's two separate work streams there. The better reflection of that tool serving its purposes, we should actually start to see consents being both quicker and cheaper. So there is a small fee associated with it, but we've worked out the fee is the equivalent of about 30 minutes of staff time, and if it's saving 2 to 8 hours of staff time in report drafting, then that's a big success.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Just one more supplementary question, and it probably segues also from Councillor Rolleston's question around being able to utilise a tool such as that for future reporting, particularly around how do you move beyond that statutory compliance mechanism into what sort of visibility on how Māori values and iwi and hapu engagement might look like, and it would be interesting to see whether or not that could be a design model for a later date. Cool.
And I've got another couple of questions which have been answered in Stella, but the first one just on the chart on 22, which Sarah, you have done a bit of explaining, but it's a little bit a so what. It's a really, really full up chart. So am I meant to be getting this is explaining this from that, or is it purely information if we wanted to delve down into that?
Yeah, apologies that didn't come with any explanations for councillors looking at that figure. What it shows is the bar graph is the number of new dwellings, so that's different from just consents. These are new dwellings, so new homes for Tauranga. The line graph shows CCCs that have been issued, and so the consent is when you're good to build, and the CCC is you're good to live in. So there's never, they don't match, there's always a lag between consent and CCC. Really, it's just to show this is the number of new dwelling units coming online in the city each month.
And does it tell us, and that's good, that's what we expected, that's, you know, these are the so whats that are quite good for us to get your view on.
We can cross-reference that back to Smart Growth's expectations of what the needs would be for new dwellings, and we can bring that into the next report. My understanding is that it's a little shy of where Smart Growth's expectations are for what the community needs.
But growth has been slower.
Growth has been slower, but we are still getting new builds in the city.
Great, okay, thank you. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just a couple of things around 11 and 12 in the report, and thanks for this. Do we know the proportion of the applications that sort of require at least one RFI? I see the average is 1.5. And what sort of do we know the percentage of processing delays that are attributable to the applicant response? I think you said sort of 25 days versus our internal processing time. Have we got any knowledge of that sort of breakdown? And if, I've got one question after that, if so.
Sure. My understanding is we can get that information out of the system. We'll probably need to defer to Denise, so we can put that question to her and come back to you afterwards.
Sure.
I suppose the reason for that is, I mean, 25 days sounds like a long time, and if, for example, there was less RFIs, I think, you know, there's average of 9 per application, you know, that if we could get if the focus is on getting RFIs down, that could give us greater gains than sort of anything that we'd do internally. That's sort of just where that would have led to. So I'd be interested to see what those numbers are like.
We have our workshop in about 2 or 3 weeks to ask councillors what being the best consenting authority looks like for you. What does that mean? And we will provide you with a lot of that data. Okay. My understanding is that most consents are issued by RFI2. The information that Denise has put in there that the customers are taking on average 25 days, that's not council's processing time.
Yeah, that's
so
what I mean.
yeah, that's where,
That seems like a long time, right?
because most of those, when we get to that point in an RFI process, they're quite complex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, staff. That's the end of the questions. So I've got a motion to receive the report, resource and building consent 6-monthly update. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Schuler, Councillor Taylor.
Just quickly, I think the market will change in the next wee while, and I think I've said this every time we've had this report come to us. We need to be ready when it does, because it's important that we are enabling building to happen when we need to have it happen, and I think a lot of the work we're doing at the moment puts us on the right track, but just need to be mindful that it could jump and double in size pretty quickly, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Schuler. Any other comments? Okay, I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That is carried. Thank you. See you on the path. She runs on the same place I do. We haven't got any late items. Great. So now we can I have a mover and seconder to go into public excluded? Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Rolleston. All those in favour, please